Hey guys, tonight we travel back to a time when weary travelers didn't check into boutique hotels or Airbnbs, but instead gambled with their comfort, safety, and sometimes sanity by staying in a medieval inn. It sounds romantic, doesn't it? The crackling fireplace, the rustic wooden beams, maybe a warm mug of ale by your bedside. Yeah, no. That fantasy's about to collapse like a worm-eaten roof beam. Because here's the thing. If you were a lone traveler back then dragging your mud-caked boots through wind rain or bandit-strewn forests, your options were grim. Sleep outside and risk wolves. Sleep inside and risk everything else. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is there right now, so drop your city and the hour in the comments. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're trudging up a rutted dirt road. It's just past dusk, the sky bruised purple, and your legs are jelly after 20 miles of ankle-deep muck. The village in the distance offers a flicker of hope. Chimneys, puffing thin coils of smoke, a cow mooing somewhere in the fog. And yes, there it is, a swinging wooden sign creaking above a low building. The inn. You're cold wet and carrying everything you own in a sack that smells suspiciously like pickled fish. And let's not forget the splinters in places you don't want to describe out loud. This journey you hoped would be an escape, a fresh start, or maybe just a decent cup of something hot. But your expectations are about to be systematically lowered. Inns were the Walmart parking lots of the medieval world. They were available, they were functional, and they were not known for their elegance. Their clientele ranged from desperate farmers and wandering minstrels to mercenaries, monks, and folks you'd cross the street to avoid in broad daylight. You didn't stay at an inn because you wanted to. You stayed because every other door in town was shut, barred, and guarded by a large dog. You squelch across the threshold and the smells hit you. First roasted turnips, stale beer sweat, and a faint trace of singed hair. There's a fire somewhere, probably too small to matter, and your nose twitches at something sour like mold or unwashed wool. And then, silence. Every head in the room turns toward you. The lute player stops mid-chord. A man chewing on what might be a pigeon leg narrows his eyes. A child pops their head out from under a bench, then immediately disappears like a frightened ferret. You nod awkwardly, trying not to seem too foreign, too rich, or too gullible. All the traits that scream "rob me after dark," but you're already soaking wet and visibly exhausted. So let's just say you're not winning this round of medieval survival mode. Historians still argue whether inns offered any true hospitality or just a roof and a shrug. Some suggest the innkeeper was often more like a broker than a host, deciding which stranger could sleep, where, and for how much. There were no digital bookings, of course, so room availability relied on timing luck or how convincingly you could lie about being a distant cousin of the local baron. Here's a fun tidbit in some inns. A nail driven into the doorframe was used to mark how many guests had died that year, from natural causes, a statistic nobody asked for, but everyone noticed. You shuffle to the front, where the innkeeper, an elderly woman with one eye and zero patience, eyes your boots before your face. She doesn't smile. She gestures vaguely to the corner, where a bench and a heap of questionable wool implies you can sit. If you want anything more, like a blanket or information, you'll need coin. Or favors, neither of which you're eager to part with. Just behind her, you spot a cage. A live cage with a ferret, maybe a weasel, staring at you like it owns the building. Maybe it does. In some towns, small animals were unofficial mascots of the inn, responsible for keeping the rats in check. You hope this one's unionized. As you take a breath and prepare to settle in, remember, this is only the entrance. The real fun begins after sundown, when the doors lock, when the fire flickers out, when your bunkmate starts mumbling in Latin, still feeling cozy. The wooden sign above the door might seem like a charming medieval detail, but you learn quickly that it's more than decoration. It sways gently in the wind, a cracked plank of oak with a faded painting of what looks like either a wild boar or a very angry loaf of bread. Hard to say. But here's the thing. In a time when most people couldn't read signs, had to tell stories often coded. An inn called the Broken Wheel might signal to travelers that the stables weren't well maintained. The Blue Boar could hint at noble loyalties, like a Yorkist innkeeper during the Wars of the Roses. You glance again at your inn's emblem, trying to decode it. A sheep and a dagger. Sleepy, but stabby. Some historians believe these signs weren't just helpful, they were warnings. Like Yelp reviews with teeth. A red fox might symbolize cleverness, or thievery. A crooked chimney. Maybe a nod to illicit distilling in the back. Or ghosts. Ghosts were always an option, and you do start to get the feeling this particular inn has some history. Not the kind carved in stone. The kind whispered after a third mug of mead. The kind everyone in town seems to know, but never says out loud. There's also a strange tradition, you notice. Above the door frame, hanging from a rusted iron hook, is a bunch of dried herbs, some you recognize like lavender and thyme, but others are unfamiliar. Locals believed these kept evil spirits away. Or more realistically, they mask the smell of rot. Either way, it's oddly comforting. And don't ignore the bells. Tiny, dull little brass bells strung around the doorway, some missing their clappers. Supposedly to ward off bad luck, or signal the arrival of someone unclean. It's unclear whether that refers to disease or just body odor. You brush under them anyway and step further inside. Behind you, the wind catches the door and slams it shut, like the final page of a bad decision. Fun fact, many medieval inns didn't use names at all, but instead relied on local nicknames and gossip. An inn might technically be the Heart's Rest, but locals would call it Old Mudfoot's Place or the Spit Bucket. You didn't go to inns for brand recognition. You went because someone told you the beer wasn't watered down this week. Historians still debate whether these informal labels functioned as proto-marketing or just shared sarcasm. Either way, they stuck. And you wonder what this inn's unofficial nickname might be. The lumpy blanket, the never-warm hearth, the place where shoes go to die. Speaking of shoes, yours are now steaming near the hearth, alongside at least 3 other mismatched pairs. And that's another clue the shoes left near the fire aren't all in the same condition. Some are expensive. Most are rough. One has a small knife tucked inside, and none of them match yours. You take mental inventory, just in case you need to run barefoot later. Over by the bar, a man in a faded tunic is whispering to the innkeeper. His voice is low, but you hear your name. Or at least what sounds like your name. Maybe you're being paranoid. Or maybe this is just the kind of place where names get passed around like coin. You pull your cloak tighter. It still drips cold as a forgotten well. The fire crackles but doesn't warm, and the inn sign outside, it's still creaking in the wind, like it knows you're watching. There's something ancient about that sound. Not eerie, just indifferent. The kind of indifference that says, many have passed through here. Most left. Some didn't. You'll be fine. Probably. You don't so much check in at a medieval inn as you get tolerated. There's no key, no room service, and certainly no welcome drink unless you count tepid ale with a suspicious bubble count. The moment you step further inside, you sense the room shift. Not dramatically, just a subtle tilting of attention, like the air itself has noticed you. The stable boy, who had been wiping something unspeakable off his hands, pauses eyes your boots again, and then darts a look at the innkeeper. It's less glad you're here, and more do we charge extra for shoes like those, and your boots are decent too decent. You tried to rough them up with dust earlier, but they still scream traitor or minor noble. Maybe even someone carrying parchment, which around here is basically a neon sign that says, I might have money. The innkeeper gives you a sideways glance, as if calculating how many chickens your existence is worth. She says nothing, just gestures at a stool and raises an eyebrow like she's daring you to sit. The stool wobbles, but holds, for now. Nearby, a merchant laughs too loudly at nothing. A man in the corner plays dice with himself. A woman with braided hair and no visible eyebrows sharpens a spoon. You're not sure what's more unsettling, that she's sharpening a spoon or that she's very, very good at it. Then the innkeeper speaks. Coin. You fumble into your pouch. Not too fast. You don't want to flash the silver, just a copper or two. She grunts satisfied and throws a sliver of dark bread onto the table in front of you. The butter, if you can call it that, is more ambition than substance. There's no menu here, no choice. You eat what's available or you don't eat. And tonight's meal seems to be a bowl of mystery porridge being slopped into mugs. You're not sure what's worse, the smell, or the fact that it's steaming only in the middle. That's not science, that's witchcraft. A few heads turn again as you eat, not out of interest, more like inventory. They're trying to figure out where you'll sleep, how deep your sleep will be, and whether you might snore loud enough to cover a theft. You choose slower. This is when the stable boy reappears, no longer wiping his hands. Instead, he's holding a mug and grinning. Not at you, at the barmaid. She swats him. He leaves. But something passes between them. A coin. Look a plan. It's impossible to tell. Here's a lovely historical tidbit some inns employed watchmen, not for your safety, but to keep an eye on your belongings so the staff could loot you first before a rival guest got the chance. It's theft with a hierarchy. Historians still argue whether this was tolerated out of desperation or considered a tax on the clueless. Either way, travelers learned quickly sleep light and wedge your satchel under your shirt if you want it to stay yours. You finish your bread. Sort of. The crust is harder than your belt. The center might have once contained barley or twine. The merchant across the room coughs theatrically. A signal, or maybe just dust. Still, you shift your stool slightly so your back isn't to the whole room. You're not paranoid, just medieval aware. You hear a creak above you, floorboards shifting under someone's weight. The ceiling's low and warped. Whatever's up there is heavy pacing. Maybe just another guest. Maybe the owner's private quarters. Or maybe a mule with unusually quiet hooves. Who's to say inns like this often doubled as town hubs markets, by day lodging, by night, occasionally small courtrooms, or makeshift hospitals when things went sideways. You try to picture this same room, filled with shouting farmers, arguing over sheep theft, while the same spoon woman sharpens her cutlery in the background. The smell of ale thickens. The hearth pops, sending a shower of sparks dangerously close to your cloak. No one moves to fix it. You pat it out, heart thudding just a little faster. The innkeeper finally looks up and says, "Room upstairs. Third left. Don't wake the monk." That's all the guidance you get. You stand. The merchant grins. The spoon woman winks. You can't tell whether you've passed some invisible test or walked into the second half of it. Upstairs awaits, along with whatever sleeps or doesn't sleep on the third door to the left. You climb the stairs like someone approaching the gallows, slowly, carefully hoping they creak less under your weight than they did under whoever went up before you. No such luck. Every step sounds like a question being asked in an empty cathedral, long, echoing, and judgmental. At the top, the hallway stretches out like a spine-warped wooden planks, groaning under invisible tension. The third door to the left looks exactly like the others, splintered, patched, and barely hanging on its hinges. The latch is a simple hook and loop, good for wind, useless against burglars. You open it slowly. Inside, a miracle. Not rats, not bones, just a room. Small, square, and full of things trying to pass for furniture. There's a straw mattress on a wooden frame that's doing its best impression of a bed. There's a stool identical to the one downstairs, and a wooden shelf with one item, a crusty candle stuck into a turnip. You close the door behind you and exhale. Then you look down, and that's when you meet your first roommate. Fleas. They leap like celebratory confetti from the mattress as soon as you shift the straw. They're not subtle, and they're not few. These creatures have been feasting on guests longer than some dynasties. You can almost hear them whisper, "Welcome back." There are no blankets, just a scratchy wool sheet that may once have been white, but now resembles the color of weak tea. You poke it. It squishes. That's not how fabric is supposed to sound. Now you might be thinking, surely they had some form of hygiene. Ah, yes. The medieval standard for bedding cleanliness was shake it out once in spring. Maybe. If the innkeeper remembered. If not, guests were expected to either sleep in their clothes or bring their own linens. Wealthier travelers often did, sometimes carrying full bedrolls that wrapped up like medieval sleeping bags. You unfortunately have brought only your cloak and one extra sock. Historians still debate just how widespread the flea issue was in inns, but one charming 14th century travel account refers to an inn as the itchin' place, so you can connect the dots. You sit carefully, but it doesn't matter. The mattress wheezes like it's giving up. A cloud of dust or something more alive rises in protest. You decide to stay seated instead of lying down just yet. The walls are thin, like paper thin. You hear everything. The grunt of the merchant below the scraping of a chair. The unmistakable clunk of something being dragged. Maybe furniture, maybe not. And next door, someone is snoring. Loudly, with flair. It's not a rhythmic snore. It's a battle between nose and throat, punctuated by the occasional muttered phrase in Latin. That must be the monk. You weren't told his order, but given the smell of vinegar and pickled onions seeping through the wall, you suspect he's a fan of fermented everything. There's a chamber pot under the bed, of course. It's metal cold and smells like it hasn't been emptied in 3 tenants. You push it gently back into the shadows. You pray you won't need it. You light the candle turnip. It sputters to life with the enthusiasm of a damp sponge. But it does cast light enough to show you something carved into the wood near the bed frame tallies. Counted scratches, 27 of them. You don't know if that's guest's night survived or a prisoner's countdown. None of those options are comforting. A quirky historical tidbit: in some places, innkeepers charged extra for fresh straw. But fresh might mean this month rather than this week. The cost, usually a coin or a favor. You begin mentally budgeting your coppers, wondering if it's worth sleeping on the floor instead. You lie down finally, slowly. Your body protests. The mattress isn't firm. It's judgmental. Every shift releases a new crackle, a new tickle, a new suspicion. And then you feel it, a tickle behind your ear. You slap reflexively. Too late. That flea's already filed a change of address form. Sleep won't come easily, but at least you're horizontal. The walls groan again, as if the building itself is trying to clear its throat. The wind whistles through the shuttered window. It might rain again. You think of home, of wherever you were before this. You think about tomorrow's road, about how many more inns like this one await. Then you roll over and accidentally face the wall and come nose to nose with something drawn there in charcoal, a face, smiling, wide-eyed. And just underneath, someone has written in sloppy script, "Still here." Charming. You wake, if wake is even the right word, with your spine folded like an accordion and your mouth tasting vaguely of soot and regret. The candle turnip is now a shriveled black nub. The room is darker, colder, and somehow even quieter than when you drifted off, except for one low, persistent sound, a slurp, a wet one. Your first thought, rats in the chamber pot. Your second thought, please let it be rats. You sit up slowly. The straw crackles again. Something scuttles across the floor, too fast for comfort, too big for denial. You don't move. You just breathe through your nose and make peace with your life choices. Downstairs, muffled voices argue in what sounds like 3 different dialects. One voice, deep gravelly, keeps repeating the same phrase, "No stew, no coin." You're not sure if that's a threat or a policy. Then comes the knock. It's not on your door. It's just down the hall. 3 firm raps. Pause. Then a scrape. Wood on wood. Something or someone being dragged again. You inch closer to the door and press your ear against it. The wood is damp. Everything in this inn is somehow damp. There's shuffling. A grunt. Then the unmistakable creak of the floorboards as someone or several someones make their way down the corridor. You hear the front door open, then close, then silence. You wait a full minute before pulling the hook latch tight. You won't be needing the stew tonight, because now, at long last, comes the reason no one truly wants to stay in a medieval inn: the food. Sure, you've heard the jokes, rats in the broth ale that could strip paint. But the real terror of medieval cuisine wasn't poison or parasites. It was the sheer mystery. Tonight's stew, for example, is being ladled into wooden bowls that haven't been fully scrubbed in weeks. The broth is a strange color, somewhere between brown and deep regret. It steams, yes, but only on the surface. One chunk bobs up, then sinks like it changed its mind. Was that a hoof? A root vegetable? A drowned glove inns weren't restaurants. There were no menus, no daily specials. Food was whatever the kitchen had on hand. Dried beans, bone scraps, stale bread, mashed with lard. And if it was a good night, maybe something fresh, which in medieval terms meant hasn't yet attracted flies. Historians still argue over just how bad inn food really was. Some say rural inns served hearty stews and honest bread. Others insist the food was so bad that travelers often fasted, preferring hunger over culinary roulette. There's even a record of one 15th century traveler who wrote that he ate a leg of something and spent 3 days regretting it. He never specified the species, which feels wise. A fun fact, spices were wildly expensive. So most innkeepers used a trick black peppering where they added burned breadcrumbs ash or even crushed insects to mimic the look of seasoning. Yes, crushed insects to simulate luxury. And then there's the ale. You think of ordering one, and then you don't. Because ale in an inn like this is a gamble. If it's too sour, it's spoiled. If it's too sweet, they've tampered with it. And if it tastes like iron, well, that probably means they stirred it with something once alive. You settle for water. And even that is boiled murky and tastes faintly of turnip, or wood, or fear. At the table next to you, a man spoons stew into his mouth without blinking. His eyes are hollow. His spoon is shaking. He finishes the bowl, exhales like he's finished a duel, and then slow, clap stands, and leaves. You respect that. Another man pokes his stew with a knife. You're not sure why. Testing for movement, checking if it bleeds. Either way, he seems satisfied when it doesn't. The innkeeper watches from behind the bar. She knows. She always knows. You pretend to sip, smile, nod, and try not to imagine where the meat came from. Was it yesterday's chicken? Was it yesterday's traveler? You set the bowl aside. The woman with the sharpened spoon is still at it, by the way. Now she's eating the stew, with both the sharpened and the blunt end alternating bites, like some kind of culinary psychopath. She catches your eye and winks. You reconsider sleeping hungry. Still, you have to admit the fire's warm. The stew, if nothing else, is hot. And there's something weirdly comforting in the shared suffering of it all. The kind of camaraderie forged in terrible taste and questionable food safety. You glance toward the hearth. A man's asleep there. His bowl's still full. You wonder if that's a statement or a warning. Either way, you decide not to ask. By the time the bowls are cleared, some licked clean, others left suspiciously untouched, the true nature of the inn begins to surface. The stew was just the opening act. The real performance starts after dinner, and you're not sure you bought a ticket. Or if you are the ticket. Because the innkeeper doesn't just run an inn. Not really. Her name's never mentioned, but everyone knows her. She moves through the room like a crow in human form, watchful, quiet, always appearing at your elbow just when you're about to relax. She carries no ledger. She remembers everything. And now she's counting. Counting coins. Counting heads. Counting maybe who looks tired enough to be pickpocketed in their sleep. You've heard the whispers. Some inns don't survive on food or lodging fees. They survive on side hustles, gambling, smuggling, or the occasional accidental disappearance of a guest who came in with valuables and left with none because they left on a cart or didn't leave at all. And this inn smells of secrets. You notice it in the corner, a cluster of men hunched over a table, one of them, in a faded military tabard, rolling dice with symbols you don't recognize. Not numbers runes. One player has no shoes. Another has too many rings. The third is laughing, but not with his mouth. It's a game, yes, but not the kind you can win unless the innkeeper wants you to. A fun, historical tidbit dice were common in medieval inns, but the rules weren't. Games varied wildly, by region, by inn, by night. Some had no rules at all, only outcomes. You rolled, you lost, and somehow you owed someone your mule, your boots, or a song involving your family's worst secret. Historians still debate whether innkeepers encourage these games for profit or simply as crowd control. Keep everyone occupied, and they won't notice the stew had fewer bones this week. Across the room, the barmaid pours ale into a mug and slips something. Was it a note? A coin into the hand of the man with the boots too clean for this place. He nods toward the back room. She disappears through the curtain. The stable boy watches, then vanishes. You're starting to feel like the only person here not part of an invisible play. You're just the audience, maybe the extra. Then comes the lute player. He's awful, or pretending to be. A minor chord never resolves. The lyrics trail off halfway through each verse, but no one stops him, because he's the signal. Music in medieval inns often meant something besides entertainment. It was code. A particular song might mean guards nearby. Another might mean the betting is open. You don't know what this one means, but based on the tension in the room, it's not good. You try not to look like you're noticing. You fold your hands. Smile at your drink. Sip air. Then the merchant from earlier, remember him. Too loud, too clean. He's suddenly at your side. Traveling far, he asks. You nod. Say something vague about trade routes. He smiles wider than necessary. Need guards? You decline. Need goods? Still decline. Need a room with a door that locks? Now that's interesting. He chuckles, leans closer. That stew wasn't pork, you know. Wasn't chicken either. You try not to react. But your spoon-wielding neighbor chimes in helpfully from 2 tables over. Could have been pheasant. Could have been pigeon. Could have been Percival. Everyone laughs, except you. You're not sure who Percival was, but judging by the way the barmaid giggles, you're guessing someone memorable. You excuse yourself and rise. The innkeeper is watching. She gestures to a small wooden box on the counter. You approach. Inside, 3 keys, each carved with a symbol. One's a star. One's a circle. One's a cross. No numbers. No names. She says, choose. Historians still argue whether these symbolic key systems were designed for privacy or plausible deniability. If no one knows which key goes to which room, no one can be blamed when the wrong person ends up inside. You pick the star. She nods slowly. Too slowly. You're lucky, she says. You ask why. She smiles with her teeth and says, because the star room still has a door. Charming. The fire downstairs begins to dim as you climb the stairs for the 2nd time tonight. This time, with a key in your hand and a sentence you can't quite forget echoing in your head. The star room still has a door. That doesn't sound like luck. That sounds like the beginning of a story you won't get to finish. The key is heavier than expected. Cold, possibly iron, possibly something older. The carved star on the handle isn't symmetrical, like someone rushed it. You turn left, counting the doors again. 1, 2. And there it is. The 3rd. It has a latch, a bolt, and to your great astonishment, the remains of a lock. Something once broke it. The metal's twisted like a scream frozen in place. You turn the key anyway. The bolt slides open. Inside it smells of beeswax and dust. And something sweeter lavender, no. Too pungent. Dried yarrow, maybe. An herb used to ward off spirits, or at least mosquitoes. Neither of which you're particularly eager to meet. This room is slightly larger than the last. Not better, just bigger. The bed is equally lumpy, the straw equally rebellious, but there's a shuttered window and a chair that doesn't wobble when you sit. Luxury by this inn's standards. And most notably, the door does indeed close. You bolt it without hesitation. Then test it twice, just to be sure. You sit and you listen, because now the inn changes. The laughter fades. The lute goes quiet. The barmaid's voice vanishes. A hush falls over the whole building, not sleepy, but waiting. Like everyone inside is holding their breath. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Someone is walking the hallway outside. They pause, then move again. The boards groan beneath them, as if trying to warn you. And then, a soft knock. Not on your door, but near. The door, with the circle perhaps, or the cross. You freeze. Another knock. Longer pause. Then nothing. It could have been a guest. Could have been the innkeeper. Could have been no. Don't go there. You shake your head and focus. Candle lit. Door bolted. Bed unmoving. Room survivable. That's the mantra now. Because one of the things you don't want to think about but can't help remembering is that many medieval inns were haunted. Maybe not by ghosts in the sheet and whale sense, but by stories, murmurs, a traveler who went upstairs and never came down, a scream at midnight, a pool of blood no one could explain, and worst of all, no one ever talks about it the next morning. A fun fact in certain inns, travelers insisted on sleeping with knives under their pillows, not to protect from thieves, but from night visitors. Spirits, they said, or men pretending to be spirits. Either way, you find your hand inching toward the small blade tucked in your boot. Historians still argue whether these rumors were exaggerations or genuine records. Some say inns were never truly safe. Others believe the tales were spread by competing towns to keep strangers away. You lie back, listening to every creak and whisper in the wood. Outside your shuttered window, the wind has picked up. Something scratches at the sill. A branch, probably. Or not. You pull the covers up anyway. You stare at the ceiling beams, wondering how old they are, how many stories they've soaked up, how many secrets they've kept. And then, the doorknob turns. Once, slow. Then it stops. You freeze. Whoever's out there realizes the door is bolted. You hear a breath, low, disappointed, or deciding. And then the footsteps retreat. That's not comforting. That means they were trying your door, not someone else's. You get up and test the bolt again, still locked, still holding. You whisper to yourself, just one night, that's all. And the wind outside agrees. For now. The fire in the hearth downstairs has long since died, and so has the illusion that sleep would come easy. You've been staring at the ceiling beam so long, you've named it. Gerald. Gerald the Supportive. He's held this place up for what feels like centuries, and unlike your mattress, hasn't yet tried to betray you. The scratching outside your window continues, sporadic and maddening. Not rhythmic like a branch. Not animal-like either. Just persistent. Like a child tracing the grain of the wood over and over, not to break in, but to remind you they're there. Still, you're not getting up. You've seen that movie. You stay in bed. You stay alive. Suddenly, from down the hall, a door creaks open. A different door. Then a voice hoarse, slurred, muttering something you can't quite catch. A monk, perhaps. Or someone pretending to be. Then a clatter. A groan. A door slams shut. You pull the covers tighter around you. The blanket still smells like old soup and faint mildew, but it's warm. Mostly. You start to drift finally when a thud. This time, right below your room. The floor trembles ever so slightly, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy being dragged. Again. You sit up. You remember what the innkeeper said earlier, back when you chose the key with the star You're lucky. The star room still has a door. Now that sounds less like a joke and more like a warning wrapped in politeness. You listen harder. Someone's humming now, downstairs. The same three notes over and over, like a lullaby sung by someone who forgot how it ends. You get out of bed. Slowly. Barefoot, so the boards don't groan too loudly under your steps. You inch toward the door. Press your ear to the wood again. And there it is. A whisper. Not in any language you recognize. Not even words, really. Just syllables. Shapes. Sounds that don't belong to any conversation you've ever heard in your life. You back away. You check the bolt again, still holding. You sit down on the floor, this time, back against the wall. Arms crossed, one hand gripping the knife from your boot, just in case. And here's the strange part, you're not even scared anymore. Not exactly. You're alert. Like your body has decided to stay awake for both of you, letting your mind wander, while your muscles remain coiled ready. Historians still debate what security meant in a medieval inn. Some argue guests traveled in groups, precisely because the staff couldn't be trusted. Others believe that certain inns hired nighttime sentries, but more to protect the inn from you than the other way around. Either way, tonight, there are no guards, no watchmen, just you the bolt and Gerald the beam. Let's take a gentle detour here. Did you know that in some coastal inns, the rooms were built without floors, just trapdoors directly into the cellar, where smugglers could pass goods or people beneath the guests' beds? Those inns looked normal enough, until they didn't. You try not to think about what might be under your floor. But now that you're listening, you can hear it. A soft knocking from beneath the bed. No footsteps this time. No hallway creaks. Just a slow, dragging scrape and a knock. Once, then silence. You don't breathe. Your muscles lock. And then, as if sensing your resistance, the sound stops. You wait. You don't move. Minutes pass. Eventually, the wind takes over again, scratching at the window, whistling its lonely tune. You crawl back into bed. You don't sleep, but you survive the night. For now. When the sun finally decides to rise, it does so with all the enthusiasm of someone being dragged to work on a Monday. Pale light seeps through the shutter slats, casting striped shadows across your face and highlighting the fact that congratulations, you're still alive. Barely. Your mouth is dry, your joints ache, and your brain feels like it's been slowly boiled in broth overnight. But you made it. Somehow. You sit up and do the first thing any medieval traveler does after surviving a night at an inn, a thorough limb check. Arms too. Legs wobbly, but present. Pouch of coins. Surprisingly intact. Soul TBD. There's no knock. No call to breakfast. Inns weren't known for their hospitality rituals. If you wanted food, you went and asked for it, preferably without looking too fragile, or someone might try to sell you instead of feed you. As you stand, your knee pops audibly. The sound echoes like a small confession. You glance at the bed. Still dented. Still scratchy. Still reeking of memories that aren't yours. You open the shutter. The light outside is soft hazy with early morning smoke and chimney soot. Villagers are already moving herding goats, shouting half-hearted greetings, chasing chickens with broomsticks. Life outside the inn feels real in a way the night never did. Safe almost. Then you look down into the alley below your window and see a rat carrying something. Something shiny. Something you recognize. It's your boot buckle. Not the whole boot. Just the buckle. You sigh. Throwing on your cloak, you quietly unlatch the bolt, bracing yourself for hallway horrors. But instead, you find emptiness. The corridor, once a theater of whispers and creaking dread, now smells faintly of yeast and foot sweat. You step lightly past the cross, and circle doors both are open now. One room is empty bed, untouched. The other don't look. You look anyway. Blanket still in place. Mattress too. But something's different. There's a small pile of dust in the corner. Not dirt. Dust. Gray and oddly uniform. You walk faster. Downstairs, the main room looks like a different place. The fire has been rekindled. Tables wiped. The barmaid hums to herself the same three-note tune from the night before, but now it's slower, calmer, maybe even cheerful. No sign of the dice table, or the loud merchant, or the innkeeper. You approach the bar. The barmaid gives you a smile, like nothing's happened, like nothing ever happens here. Sleep well? She asks, as though you hadn't spent the night gripping a knife while someone tapped on your bed frame. You nod cautiously. She pushes forward a wooden bowl. Porridge again. This time it looks thicker, less ominous. You take a tentative bite. It's warm and good. You pause mid-chew. She notices. Different cook, she says. The other one took leave. Voluntarily. She doesn't say. Instead, she glances toward the staircase and mutters, "Won't be needing the circle key anymore." Then she winks and walks away. Historians still argue about the fluidity of inn staffing in medieval times. Some believe innkeepers hired staff on a nightly basis, cooks, servers, even musicians who drifted from town to town, half employee, half storyteller, half trouble. Others insist many inns operated more like extended families with blood ties, rivalries, and all the petty politics that come with them. You suspect this inn is more of the first kind. Definitely not the family version, unless the family in question regularly disappears, uncles, and swaps cousins with goats. As you finish your porridge, the innkeeper finally appears. She doesn't speak, just places a small sack beside you. Heavy, warm. You open it carefully. Your other boot, clean, repaired, even polished. And inside, 3 fresh coins. Your eyebrows rise. She shrugs. Refund. Refund. For what? The stew, the fleas, the existential dread. She doesn't explain. You tie the sack shut, sling your cloak over your shoulder, and glance toward the door. The inn has one last parting gift. The sign above the entrance no longer shows a sheep and a dagger. Now it's just a star. Just one. Freshly painted, still dripping. You don't ask. You step outside. The sun is higher now. Warm. Forgiving. You walk into it, boots clicking over the cobbles, the inn fading behind you like a half-remembered nightmare. You survived a medieval inn. Don't make a habit of it. You're maybe half a mile outside the village before you realize something's off, not just with the inn, but with you. You've walked this kind of road before. Rutted earth, low stone walls, birds squabbling in trees overhead. But this time, you're listening harder, watching shadows more closely, stepping around puddles with a touch more suspicion. Because after a night like that, you no longer assume a puddle is just water. It might be stew runoff. It might be someone else's stew runoff. You find yourself glancing behind every so often. Not because you're being followed, there's no sound, no footprints but yours, but because the stillness feels wrong, like the road is holding its breath. This is a known post-in condition, hypervigilance, not medically recognized, but oh so real. You pass a shepherd. He doesn't meet your eyes, just tugs his cap, mutters a prayer, and guides his sheep away from the path. Not a wave, not a greeting, Just avoidance. You check your reflection in a puddle. Do you look cursed? You don't feel cursed. Well, maybe a little cursed. You find a flat rock and sit. Time to regroup. Water a crust of bread and a moment to reassemble your sense of safety. But instead, your mind drifts. Back to the chalk drawing on the wall near your bed. The smile. The words still here. You didn't tell the innkeeper about it. Maybe she drew it. Maybe it was her reminder, or her warning, or just something she leaves for people who sleep too soundly. You wonder who else saw it. You wonder who didn't. Here's a curious historical debate. Scholars often argue over whether inns were designed to unsettle travelers, whether the creaks and candlelight and too long staircases were just bad construction or intentionally off-kilter. Some say it was to prevent theft. Others argue it was psychological warfare. Keep your guests disoriented and they're less likely to cause trouble. Or ask questions. Or remember details clearly. You bite your bread. It's better than the inns but still dry. That's fair. Bread shouldn't whisper existential dread into your ear mid-chew. As you chew, you notice something on your hand. Not dirt, not blood. Writing. Tiny, faded, smudged. You rub it. It doesn't come off. 3 letters. E-I-D. You stare at it. It wasn't there last night. You'd have noticed. Right. You roll down your sleeve. You don't want to look anymore. And that's when you hear it. A faint melody. 3 notes. Same as the barmaid's tune. Same as the one hummed during the dragging downstairs. Same sequence. You're alone. Fields all around. Wind pushing grass and waves. But the tune's coming from somewhere. Not close, not far, just near enough. You stand. Time to keep moving. You tighten your boots, adjust your cloak, and face the open road. This was always the plan. Rest, recover, move on. One night, one inn, one story to tell. But you won't tell this one. Not for a while. You'll let it steep. You'll let the world settle around you again. And maybe eventually you'll be able to sleep without glancing at your door every hour. Maybe you make good distance by midday, just enough to feel like the inn is finally behind you, though not far enough to stop thinking about it. The road begins to widen, meandering past low hedgerows and flocks of birds that scatter every time your boots crunch the gravel. There's a village ahead, smaller than the last. Just a handful of buildings clinging to a muddy crossroads, like they've made a pact to stay put, no matter how little happens there. A chapel, a smithy, and of course another inn. You stop walking. This one is different, at least at first glance. Whitewashed walls, a painted door, a real sign with real letters, the Quiet Mare. A fresh bucket of water outside for tired horses. It looks safe. Too safe. Like it's trying to look safe. You walk past it. Not today. Instead, you find a patch of grass near a tree and decide to rest in the shade. You pull out what's left of your bread, a sliver of hard cheese, and your water pouch. This is fine. This is enough. Anything is better than stale meat stew and invisible wall faces. You let yourself lie back and close your eyes for a moment. Just a moment. You wake to the sound of hooves. A cart is passing slowly, unevenly, drawn by a donkey that looks about 2 steps from retirement. The driver is singing softly to himself an off-key tune that sounds suspiciously familiar. 3 notes. Again. You sit up. The man waves as he passes. You wave back, unsure why your stomach has turned to ice. His cart has no cargo, just a lantern. Unlit, swaying. You wonder where he's come from. You wonder if he stopped at the same inn. You wonder if he left anything behind. There's a chill in the breeze now. Not cold, just old. Like the air itself remembers things and hasn't quite decided whether to forgive you yet. You brush your hands together and stand. The tree you napped under has carvings in the bark, initials, symbols. One of them looks like the star from your key. You don't touch it. You just walk. Here's a little-known historical footnote. Medieval travelers often left secret marks on trees or stones near inns to warn future passers-by. A carved triangle might mean unsafe. A cross might mean sick inside. A spiral could mean strange things. Most of these signs were wiped away by time or weather, but some remained, and some travel. Historians still debate whether these carvings were purely practical or whether some had superstitious weight. Wards, charms, hexes. Either way, you find yourself looking more carefully at every tree you pass now. You keep walking. The road bends, and for a few precious minutes, there's only birdsong and sunlight. You let yourself breathe again. But deep down, you know something has changed. It's not just about the inn. It's about what the inn reveals about how fragile rest really is. About how trust in strangers, in locks and wooden walls, is a performance we've all agreed to believe in. And once you've seen the backstage, you don't quite clap the same way anymore. You adjust your satchel and mutter a prayer under your breath. Half thanks, half insurance. There's another town ahead. There will be another inn. And next time, you'll ask about the keys before you eat the stew. By the time you reach the next town, your legs ache, your water pouch is dry, and your heart has finally stopped trying to escape your ribcage. It's late afternoon now, and the sun drips low behind a bank of slate-colored clouds, thick and slow-moving, like they're not sure whether to rain or just sulk. This place is bigger. 2-story homes, a proper market square, a bakery with real windows. You smell cinnamon and meat pies before you even see the stall. It smells like normal life, like safety. You buy one without hesitation, the coin leaving your hand almost too fast. You don't care if it's stale. You don't care if it's overpriced. It's not stew. You sit near the fountain. The water is clean, clear. A boy is feeding ducks with breadcrumbs. You smile. He doesn't run away. A small but promising detail. Then out of habit now, you glance toward the inn. It's enormous. Stone walls. Shuttered windows that actually close. A roof that doesn't sag like it's been emotionally manipulated. And hanging above the door, a painted sign in fresh red and gold displaying a roaring lion curled around a mug of ale. No daggers, no sheep, no coded warnings, just a lion. The name reads, The King's Paws. You laugh, quietly. You imagine a king trying to sleep in a medieval inn. No guards. Flea-ridden bedding. Mystery stew. A pause indeed. You wander toward the building, curiosity overpowering caution. Inside, it's bright, tidy, no humming, no spoon sharpening, no goat-smelling monks. You're actually greeted by a man in a clean apron who asks room for one. You hesitate, and then you lie. No thank you. I'm just passing through. He nods, unbothered, and points you to the attached tavern if you're thirsty. You nod back, but you don't go in. Instead, you walk past the building and keep going until the street narrows again and cobblestones fade back into packed earth. Because here's the strange thing you've realized. It's not just the bad inns that stay with you. It's the fact that you were different inside them. That version of you, the one listening for footsteps, sleeping with a blade, eyeing spoons, like weapons, he's still in there somewhere. Awake, alert, ready. That version of you saw too much. A curious medieval traveler's superstition. After a dark inn, you weren't supposed to sleep under the stars until you'd walked at least 12 miles. Shake off the dream, they said. Let your shadow catch up to you. Maybe it was symbolic. Maybe it was survival instinct wrapped in poetry. Either way, you like the sound of it. So you keep walking. The sun dips lower, finally giving up and letting the clouds win. The wind returns gentler now, like an apology. And you remember something the innkeeper said when she handed you your repaired boot and those extra coins. Not everyone pays the same way. You didn't understand it then, but now, maybe you do. Maybe those coins weren't repayment. Maybe they were fair. Maybe you walked away with more than you carried in. You tug your cloak tighter. One more night on the road won't hurt. You'll find another tree. No doors, no stew, no keys, just earth beneath your spine and sky above your head. For tonight, that will be enough. Night comes in softly this time. No shrieking wind, no creaking shutters. Just a slow roll of twilight brushing across the fields like ink spreading over parchment. You choose your sleeping place carefully, a hilltop with low grass, one tree, and a clear view in every direction. No inn, no walls, no whispers, just air, honest and wide. You spread your cloak beneath you, fold your satchel into a pillow, and sit with your back against the tree. The bark is rough but solid, uncomplicated. It doesn't hide secrets or trap sounds. It's just there. Your muscles relax a little. Your jaw, still sore from clenching last night, finally lets go. You watch the stars appear, one by one, scattered like breadcrumbs across a black velvet table. And for the first time in what feels like weeks, the quiet doesn't feel suspicious. It feels earned. Then you notice it. A mark. On the tree. Faint, half-covered by moss. Not the star this time. A spiral, just a few loops carved shallow into the bark. Maybe an old shepherd's doodle. Maybe something older. Maybe nothing. You run your fingers over it gently. The grooves are smooth, worn by time. You don't read anything into it. Not tonight. Instead, you eat what's left of your cheese, sip the last of your water, and stare at the sky. Historians still argue about what medieval travelers feared most: wolves, bandits' disease. No. According to one obscure manuscript from a Cistercian scribe, the worst fear was the night that makes you listen too much. A phrase that sounds poetic until you've lived it. You have. And now, in the open air, you appreciate the gift of silence without implication. The gift of stillness without tension. You lie back. Your body sinks into the soft earth, like it's been waiting for this all along. No innkeeper, no stew, no rattling bed frames or half-sung tunes with hidden meanings. Just you. And the night. The breeze picks up gently, like a lullaby played on leaves. You let it carry you. And just before you drift off, something funny occurs to you. In the grand tally of medieval travel, the best inn might be no inn at all. You wake with the sun warming your face and birds auditioning for some kind of forest symphony directly above your head. It's not the most graceful return to consciousness. Your neck is cricked. Your shoulder tingles with pins and needles, but it's peaceful. More importantly, no fleas, no stew, no scratchings under your bed. You survived a night outdoors in medieval times. That's no small feat. Sure, it's a little damp. Sure, you might have a beetle in your sock. But there's no innkeeper watching your dreams. No door handles turning slowly at midnight. You stretch your arms toward the sky, feel the satisfying pop of vertebrae realigning, and allow yourself a smile. The worst, perhaps, is behind you. You take inventory. Satchel intact. Coin pouch slightly lighter, but not stolen. Knife still sheathed at your hip, though rusting gently. Your sanity dented but holding. Then, of course, curiosity takes over. You turn to inspect that spiral again, the one carved into the bark of the tree where you slept. It's still there. But now you see something new. Just below it, in a finer hand, carved more recently, are the words, "When you see the star again, don't follow." You blink. What does it mean? You run your thumb over the carving. It's shallow. Possibly added in the last few years. Not ancient, but deliberate. A warning, maybe. A private joke. A superstition passed from one traveler to another. Historians often overlook these informal symbols, tree markings, cairns, folded grasses as irrelevant. But modern scholars have started paying closer attention. One recent theory suggests these signs function like an underground traveler's code, a rural communication system untraceable by local authorities and invisible to anyone not paying attention. You pack up your belongings quickly. The morning air is warm, but your skin has gone cold. Why would someone carve a warning about a star? Your mind flashes to the iron key in your hand 2 nights ago, the freshly painted sign above the inn, the new symbol that replaced the sheep and dagger. You shake the thought away. Coincidence. Must be. You set off again. The next village is half a day's walk. Along the way, you pass a few locals traders, with carts, a pair of pilgrims reciting psalms, a group of children chasing a dog with 3 legs and a noble sense of purpose. They smile. Some wave. You wave back. Everything is normal. Everything is fine. Until you come over a ridge and spot in the valley below another inn, whitewashed walls, a pitched roof, and a sign swinging above the door. You squint. From this distance, you can't see the writing, but the image is clear. A star. Bright. 5 points, just like before. Your stomach tightens. You stop walking. Now dimly, you remember something else from the innkeeper. The moment she handed you the star-marked key, she didn't say the only room with a door. She said, the star room still has a door. Still. As in, for now. You turn off the path. No hesitation. No backward glances. You'll sleep in the woods again. Better the beetles than the spiral. You take the long way around the valley, cutting through brush and bramble, following deer trails rather than the main road. It slows you down, but that's the point. You're not racing toward anything now. You're keeping distance. From the inn, from the sign, from whatever memory still lingers behind the shape of that star. The path winds uphill again, giving you a view back toward the building. From this height, the inn looks like a dollhouse. Harmless, quaint even. Travelers come and go. A boy waters a mule. Someone, maybe the innkeeper, sweeps the step. It looks so normal. But you know better. You've learned how to spot the unease that lives between the boards beneath the floor. You've learned how silence can hum louder than noise. You set your back to the hill and walk deeper into the woods. The day turns golden, then soft blue. Cicadas buzz in the underbrush. Leaves rustle in the breeze. Your cloak smells of sun and moss and pine sap. You've shed the inn scent now, replaced it with something older, something kinder. You camp near a creek this time. The water moves steadily, trickling over rocks like it's humming to itself. You boil a few herbs for tea, bitter but safe. Your stomach accepts it gratefully. There are no strange sounds tonight, no footsteps, no whispers, just breath and wind and time. And here in the quiet, you realize something else. That inn with its carvings and candles and keys, it wasn't just a place. It was a test, not of your strength, not of your cleverness, but of your attention, how closely you listen, how much you see, what you choose to remember. Some travelers pass through unbothered. Others don't pass through at all. But the ones who walk away changed, they're the ones who start noticing spirals on trees, who hum three-note tunes without meaning to, who hesitate when the next indoor creaks open. You lie back, staring up through the treetops. The stars appear slowly. You count them almost by instinct. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there it is again. 5 points. Sharp. Still. You close your eyes before it can flicker. This time you'll sleep well, because you've learned the rules. And more importantly, you know when to walk away. So now let your shoulders fall. You're not on the road anymore. The candle's been snuffed. The key returned. The inn fades behind you, like a fog lifting at dawn. There's nothing left to worry about. No footsteps. No locks clicking in the dark. Just you. And this moment. And the comfort of having made it through something strange. Let your breath slow. Let your muscles loosen one by one, like you're shedding the weight of every mile, every whisper, every night spent half awake and listening too hard. You're safe here. There's nothing more to fear. No questions left unanswered. No shadows beneath the bed. You did what travelers have always done, moved forward. Chose rest over doubt. Chose the open sky over walls that whispered. You're lying in a quiet field now. The grass brushes against your fingers. The stars are exactly where you left them. The breeze carries nothing but the scent of soil and the sound of leaves brushing against each other, like old friends saying goodnight. And somewhere far away, behind some other hill, a door closes with a soft final click. Not yours. Not tonight. You're far from that place now. Sleep is here. So drift. Float. Let your thoughts quiet. Let your heartbeat slow. You're safe. You're home. You're free. Mind-blowing reasons. Medieval peasants dreaded nighttime sleep. We're diving into the mind-blowing reasons medieval peasants dreaded nighttime sleep. Picture yourself in a creaky, mud-walled hut. The year's roughly 1340, and the air smells like damp straw and yesterday's stew. You're bone-tired from plowing fields, but as you collapse onto a lumpy sack of hay, sleep feels like a cruel tease. Honestly, you probably won't survive this night without cursing the Middle Ages' idea of rest. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your city and local time. I love knowing where you're drifting off from. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're a peasant, and night's falling fast. The sun dips below the horizon, and your world shrinks to the flickering glow of a single tallow candle. It's not cozy, it's oppressive. The darkness isn't just outside, it seeps into your bones. Medieval peasants historians estimate worked 12-14 hours daily during harvest season, yet sleep was no reward. Their beds, if you can call them that, were sacks stuffed with straw, or for the lucky wool scraps. Imagine lying on what feels like a bag of twigs poking you through a threadbare tunic. Comfort, not a chance. And here's the kicker: sleep wasn't even private. You're crammed in a one-room hut with your spouse, kids, maybe a grandparent, and yep, a goat or two. Personal space was a fantasy. Let's talk quirky for a second. Some peasants believe sleeping with a knife under their pillow warded off evil spirits. No joke manuscripts from the 14th century mention this as a legit practice. Did it work? Probably not, but it gave them something to grip when the night got spooky. Historians still argue whether this was pure superstition or a practical move against very real thieves. Either way, clutching a blade doesn't exactly scream sweet dreams. You're trying to settle in, but the hut's alive with sounds. The wind rattles the thatch roof, and your neighbor's dog won't quit barking. Worse, your stomach's growling. Supper was a scrap of rye bread and a watery broth if you were lucky. The average peasant consumed about 2,000 calories daily, barely enough to survive their grueling labor. Hunger didn't clock out at night. You lie there, eyes tracing cracks in the ceiling, wondering if tomorrow's harvest will bring enough to eat. Oh, and let's not forget the cold. Even in spring, the hut's walls are more suggestion than structure. You pull a thin wool blanket closer, but it's like wrapping yourself in a sieve. Here's a little jab at modern life. We whine about Wi-Fi dropping, but these folks were thrilled if their roof didn't leak during a storm. Perspective, right? Yet there's something oddly soothing about their struggle. It's raw, human. You're not just sleeping, you're surviving. The night's long, and every creak feels like a challenge. You shift on the straw, trying to find a spot that doesn't jab your ribs. Spoiler, there isn't one. As you drift toward uneasy sleep, you can't shake the feeling that rest is less a gift and more a battle. And this is just the start. You're still in that medieval hut, sprawled on a sack of straw that's more itch than comfort. The candles burn down to a stub, and the darkness feels heavier now, like it's pressing on your chest. You're desperate for sleep, but this bed, oh, this bed is a nightmare of its own. It's not just a place to rest. It's a prickly, lumpy torture device straight out of the 14th century. Every time you shift the straw, crackles like a campfire and a stray stalk jabs your side. You're starting to think the floor might be a better bet. Let's unpack this medieval bedding situation. Most peasants slept on what historians call a pallet, essentially a cloth sack stuffed with straw hay, or if they were fancy dried leaves. Wool mattresses existed, but those were for lords and merchants, not you. A 1370s manor record from England notes that peasants were lucky to replace their bedding once a year, so your pallets probably packed with dust mold and the ghosts of last summer's harvest. It smells like a mix of damp barn and regret. And here's the mainstream fact: straw beds were so common that they're mentioned in everything from Chaucer's tales to village tax rolls. They were cheap, renewable, and universal. Think of them as the IKEA of the Middle Ages. But here's the quirky bit: some peasants swore by adding herbs like lavender or chamomile to their straw to improve the vibe. Sounds nice, right? Except those herbs were often stale or mixed with whatever else got swept off the floor. Imagine stuffing your pillow with yard clippings and calling it aromatherapy. Historians still argue whether this was a genuine attempt at comfort or just a desperate bid to mask the stench of unwashed bodies and livestock. Either way, you're sniffing a weird mix of wilted flowers and mildew tonight. You roll over, trying to dodge a particularly sharp straw, poking your hip. No luck. The pallet's uneven, and every move sends a puff of dust into the air. You cough, because of course you do. Medieval air quality was basically a mix of smoke dirt and animal dander. Your blanket, a patchy square of wool, is too small to cover both your feet and shoulders. Pick one. You choose shoulders, and now your toes are freezing. It's spring, but the hut's walls have gaps wide enough to let in a breeze that feels personal. You're starting to envy the goat snoring in the corner. Here's a little modern jab we toss and turn over a lumpy pillow. But you're wrestling a bed that's basically a compost pile. Makes that memory foam mattress sound like royalty, doesn't it? Yet there's a strange rhythm to this struggle. The crackle of straw, the distant hoot of an owl. It's raw, almost hypnotic. You're not just lying there, you're enduring. You try to fluff the palate, but it's like punching a bag of twigs. No give, no comfort. You close your eyes, willing sleep to come. But the straw's texture is a constant reminder. Rest is earned, not given. And let's talk about the noise. Your family's packed in tight. Your spouse is muttering about tomorrow's chores. Your kids kicking in their sleep, and that goat still snoring. You wonder if the herb trick actually worked for anyone, or if it was just peasant optimism. Your mind drifts to the lords and their manors, probably snoozing on feather beds. Must be nice. For you, though, this straw pallet is home base, and it's fighting you every inch of the way. You adjust again, straw crunching like a bad sound effect, and brace for another hour of this prickly purgatory. You're still sprawled on that miserable straw pallet, the straw poking you like it's got a personal grudge. Sleep's nowhere in sight, and now you're noticing something worse. It's freezing. The hut's walls, made of wattle and daub, basically sticks and mud, are about as insulating as a paper bag. A chilly draft sneaks through every crack, and there's no escaping it. You pull that pathetic wool blanket tighter, but it's like trying to warm up with a napkin. The night's turned your hut into a medieval icebox, and you're the unlucky tenant. Let's set the scene. It's spring, maybe April, but medieval Europe doesn't do mild weather. Nighttime temperatures often dip to single-digit Celsius, and your hut's got no fireplace unless you're unusually prosperous. Most peasants relied on a central hearth, but the fire's been out for hours to save fuel. Historical records like 14th century manor accounts show peasants were allotted meager wood rations, barely enough to cook, let alone heat a home. So you're left with residual smoke and zero warmth. The air's damp too, because the thatch roof leaks when it rains, and it rained yesterday. Your blanket's got that clammy feel, like it's conspiring with the cold to keep you awake. Here's the quirky tidbit: some peasants tried sleeping near their animals for warmth. That goat in the corner. It's not just a pet, it's a furry space heater. Manuscripts from the period mention families huddling with livestock to share body heat, especially in winter. Sounds cozy until you realize you're inches from a goat's hooves, and it's, let's call it, aroma. Historians still argue whether this was a clever survival tactic or a desperate last resort driven by poverty. Either way, you're tempted to scoot closer, but the smell's making you rethink your life choices. You shift on the pallet straw, crackling like a bowl of medieval Rice Krispies. The cold's biting your toes, and you curl up trying to trap some heat. No dice. The hut's walls whistle with every gust, and you can hear the wind taunting you outside. You're starting to understand why peasants dreaded night, not just the dark, but this relentless chill. Modern aside, we crank the thermostat and call it a day. But you're out here negotiating with a drafty hut like it's a hostile roommate. Makes you appreciate central heating, doesn't it? The sensory overload doesn't help. The air's thick, with that smoky, earthy scent from the dead hearth, mixed with the goat's musky vibe. Your fingers are numb, and the blanket's edges are fraying, tickling your chin in the worst way. You try to focus on something soothing, like the distant chirp of crickets, but then a gust rattles the roof, and you're back to reality. A little joke to lighten the mood. If medieval peasants had Yelp, this hut would get 1 star for ambiance. You'd write a scathing review, but you're too busy shivering. You think about the lords in their stone manors, maybe with a proper fire and actual curtains. Must be nice. For you, warmth is a fantasy, and the cold's a thief stealing any chance of rest. You tuck your hands under your arms, hoping to thaw them, but the chill's stubborn. That herb-stuffed pallet from earlier, it's doing nothing to make this feel homey. You're starting to wonder if sleep's even possible when your teeth are chattering like a bad percussion band. The night's long, and the cold's just one more enemy you're fighting in this endless battle for rest. You're still shivering in that drafty hut, the straw pallet jabbing you like it's got a vendetta. The cold's bad enough, but now you're noticing something else. You're not alone. Not in the cozy family snuggling way. Oh no, your bed's got uninvited guests. Tiny feet skitter across the floor, and you swear something just brushed your ankle. Welcome to the medieval pest party, where rats, fleas, and other critters crash your sleep like they own the place. Nighttime's not just a battle against cold, it's a full-on war with the local wildlife. Let's paint the picture. Medieval huts were pest magnets. Thatch roofs and dirt floors were basically five-star resorts for rodents and insects. Historical accounts, like 14th century village records, note that rats were so common, they were considered part of the household, unwanted but inevitable. Your pallet straw is a buffet for mice and fleas. They're hitching rides on you, your kids, and that goat snoring in the corner. The average peasant family dealt with dozens of these critters nightly, and there was no medieval Orkin to call. You're on your own, swatting and cursing under your breath. Here's the quirky tidbit: some peasants tried to outsmart pests with bizarre tricks. Ever hear of a rat charm? Manuscripts mention tying garlic cloves or iron nails to bedposts to scare off rodents. Spoiler, it didn't work, but it gave folks something to do besides panic. Historians still argue whether these charms were pure superstition or a placebo to calm frazzled nerves. Either way, you're eyeing that garlic in the corner, wondering if it's worth a shot. Probably not, but the skittering's making you desperate. You shift on the pallet, and yep, something definitely crawls across your foot. You jerk upright, heart pounding, but it's too dark to see. The straw crackles, and you're convinced it's alive with bugs. You slap at your leg, hoping you got the culprit, but now you're itchy everywhere. Modern jab, we freak out over a single mosquito, but you're in a hut hosting an insect convention. Makes that citronella candle seem like luxury, right? The sensory overload's brutal. Every rustle sounds like a rat plotting its next move, and the air's got that musty, critter-heavy vibe. A little humor to ease the creepiness. If this hut had a guest book, the rats would leave a glowing review for the cozy straw buffet. You, though, you're not a fan. You try lying back down, but every itch feels like a flea bite, and every squeak's a rodent on the prowl. The goat's no help. It's still snoring, oblivious to the chaos. You think back to that knife under the pillow trick from earlier. Maybe it wasn't for spirits. Maybe it was for these pests. You grip the blanket tighter, but it's useless against the tiny invaders. The worst part, there's no escape. The hut's one room, so you can't even retreat to a clean corner. You hear a faint gnawing, probably a mouse chewing your last scrap of bread. Great. Hunger's already a problem, and now the rats are stealing your breakfast. You try to focus on the cricket chirps outside, but a sudden scurry near your head snaps you back. Sleep's starting to feel like a sick joke. You're not just cold and uncomfortable, you're under siege. The night's long, and these critters are winning. You're still in that miserable hut, the straw pallet poking you, the cold biting, and the rats throwing a party in the shadows. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse, you realize sleep's not just about dodging pests. It's about surviving the chaos of everyone else in the room. You're not alone in this hut, and not in a heartwarming way. Your entire family, plus a few animals, are crammed into this one space, turning nighttime into a loud, crowded mess. Every snore kick and muttering complaint is a reminder. Personal space is a myth in the medieval world. Let's break it down. Most peasant families, mom, dad, kids, maybe a grandparent or two, shared a single room, often 15 by 20 feet. Historical records, like 14th century English manor rolls, show households of 6 to 10 people were common, all sleeping within arm's reach. Your pallets shoved against your spouses, and your kids are sprawled nearby, tossing and turning. The goat's still in the corner, and a chicken clucks every time someone moves. Privacy. Forget it. You're lucky if you're not elbowing someone in the face while adjusting your blanket. The noise is relentless. Snores, coughs, and the occasional sleep talker ranting about turnips. Here's the quirky bit. Some families used a bed order to keep things civil. Manuscripts hint at unwritten rules, where the head of the household got the best spot closest to the hearth's fading warmth, while kids and elders fought for scraps of space. Sounds organized, but in practice, it's chaos. Historians still argue whether these arrangements were about status or just survival, like stacking bodies to share heat. Either way, you're stuck in the middle with your kid's foot in your ribs and your spouse's elbow jabbing your side. You try to settle in, but someone's snoring like a broken bellows. You nudge them gently because you're not a monster, but it doesn't stop. The straw crackles as your youngest rolls over, muttering about a lost toy. You're tempted to yell, but that'd wake the goat, and nobody wants that. Modern aside, we get annoyed when a neighbor's dog barks, but you're trapped in a medieval mosh pit of noises and limbs. Makes your quiet bedroom sound like a spa, doesn't it? The air's thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and damp wool, and every breath feels like a group project. A little joke to lighten the mood: if this hut was a reality show, it'd be called Extreme Sleeping Peasant Edition. You'd vote yourself off, but there's nowhere to go. You try to find a rhythm in the chaos. Maybe the snores are like a weird lullaby, but then the chicken flaps its wings, and you're back to square one. You think back to those rat charms from earlier. Maybe you need a charm to quiet this crowd. The knife under the pillow trick's looking better, but you'd probably just stab your own blanket in frustration. The worst part is the lack of boundaries. Your kid's sprawled across half your pallet, and your spouse keeps stealing the blanket. You tug it back, but now you're in a silent tug of war, and nobody's winning. The hearth's long dead, so there's no warmth to fight over just this endless jostling. You close your eyes, willing sleep to come, but the hut's a symphony of chaos snores, rustles, and a faint bleat from the goat. Night's supposed to be restful, but for you, it's a contact sport. You're still trapped in that chaotic hut, the straw pallet poking you, the family snoring, and the rats probably plotting a heist. Just as you think you might catch a sliver of sleep, a new enemy creeps in. Not a bug or a draft, but your own mind. The medieval world was obsessed with the supernatural, and nighttime was prime time for spooky thoughts. You're lying there, surrounded by darkness, and every creak of the hut sounds like a demon tiptoeing closer. Superstitions haunt your dreams, turning sleep into a battle against fears that feel all too real. Let's set the stage. Medieval peasants lived in a world where the line between reality and myth was blurry. The church taught that demons roamed at night, and folklore added goblins, witches, and vengeful spirits to the mix. A 14th century sermon collection warns that falling asleep without prayer could invite Satan himself. You're not exactly a theologian, but you've heard the priest's rants, and now you're second-guessing that quick bedtime mumble. The darkness feels alive, and you're half convinced something's watching from the shadows. Sleep. That's a gamble when you're worried about ghostly intruders. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some peasants hung protective items around their beds, like horseshoes or dried herbs to ward off evil. One odd practice noted in rural English records involved placing a child's shoe under the pallet to trick demons into thinking the hut was empty. Cute, right? Until you realize you're out of spare shoes and the goat's not volunteering its hooves. Historians still argue whether these rituals were heartfelt beliefs or just ways to cope with a terrifying world. Either way, you're clutching that knife under your pillow, hoping it's got some anti-demon mojo. You shift on the straw, the crackle loud enough to make you flinch. Was that the wind or something? Else, the hut's pitch black, now the candle long gone. Every sound, a creak, a rustle sends your heart racing. Modern jab, we jump at a horror movie, jump scare, but you're living in a real-life ghost story with no pause button. The air's heavy with that damp, earthy smell, but now it's got an eerie edge like the darkness itself is breathing. You try to focus on the goat snoring, but even that sounds sinister in this mood. A little humor to cut the tension. If medieval peasants had a podcast, it'd be called Things That Go Bump in My Hut. You'd be the star guest narrating this nightmare. You whisper a quick prayer, hoping it's enough to keep the spirits at bay. The family's still making a racket, your kids muttering about monsters, which isn't helping. You think back to those rat charms and herb-stuffed pallets. Maybe they were less about pests and more about this creeping dread. You tug the blanket closer, but it's no shield against the stories swirling in your head. The worst part, these fears aren't just silly superstitions, they shape your night. You're exhausted, but closing your eyes feels like inviting trouble. What if a witch curses your crops? What if a demon sneaks in? The church says to trust God, but the darkness says otherwise. You lie there, ears straining for unnatural sounds, the straw poking you like it's in on the scare. Sleep's supposed to be an escape, but tonight it's a haunted maze you're too tired to navigate. You're still lying on that prickly straw pallet, the hut's darkness pressing in your mind, wrestling with demon fears. The snores and creaks aren't helping, but now there's a new thief stealing your sleep hunger. Your stomach's growling like an angry beast, and it's not just a mild craving. Supper was a measly chunk of rye bread and a thin cabbage soup, barely enough to keep you going. Medieval peasants lived on the edge of starvation, and nighttime was when hunger hit hardest, turning rest into a gnawing ordeal. Let's dig in. The average peasant diet, based on 14th century records like English manor accounts, hovered around 2,000 calories a day, often less during lean seasons. That's enough to survive, not thrive, especially when you're plowing fields or hauling water from dawn to dusk. Your meal was hours ago, and digestion's done its job, leaving you with an empty pit in your gut. Bread. The staple was coarse and gritty, sometimes mixed with sawdust or chalk to stretch it. Vegetables. Maybe a turnip or two. Meat. A rare treat, unless you count the occasional strip of salted pork. You're hungry, and the night silence makes it impossible to ignore. Here's the quirky bit: some peasants tried to trick their stomachs by drinking water or chewing on straw. Yes, the same stuff in your palate. A few rural tales mention this as a way to fill up before bed. Sounds desperate, and it was. Historians still argue whether this was a widespread habit or just a last-ditch effort in famine years. Either way, you're eyeing the water jug, wondering if a swig might quiet the growling. Spoiler, it won't, but you're tempted to try. You shift the straw, crackling like it's mocking your empty stomach. The hunger's not just physical, it's mental. You're lying there, picturing the Lord's table roast venison, white bread, maybe even cheese. Meanwhile, you're stuck with the memory of that watery soup. Modern aside, we raid the fridge at midnight, but you're out here daydreaming about a second helping of gruel. Makes that late-night snack run seem like a royal feast, doesn't it? The air's thick with the hut's usual smells. Damp, wool smoke, and goat. But now you're hyper-aware of the absence of food. A little joke to ease the ache: if medieval peasants had a menu, it'd be one item: disappointment served cold. You'd send it back, but the kitchen's closed. You try to distract yourself, focusing on the distant owl hoot, but your stomach's louder. The family's no help. Your spouse is snoring oblivious, and your kids muttering about bread, which feels like a personal attack. You think back to those rat charms and demon-warding shoes. Maybe there's a charm to make hunger shut up. No such luck. The worst part is the cycle. Hunger keeps you awake, but you need sleep to face tomorrow's work. More plowing, more hauling, more scraping. Bye. You're trapped, staring at the thatch roof, counting the leaks to distract from the pangs. The cold from earlier's still biting, and the rats are probably eyeing your bread scraps. You pull the blanket tighter, but it's no match for the emptiness. Night's supposed to recharge you, but it's just another hurdle in this endless peasant grind. You're still on that wretched straw pallet hunger, gnawing at your gut. The hut's darkness amplifying every discomfort. The snores, the cold, the rats, they're bad. But now your mind's drifting to something even heavier tomorrow. As a medieval peasant, your days are packed with backbreaking labor, plowing fields, hauling wood, or threshing grain. The thought of waking up to another 12-hour slog is enough to make sleep feel like a cruel mirage. You're lying there dreading the dawn because rest isn't a reward. It's a fleeting pause before the grind starts again. Let's set the scene. Medieval peasants worked sunup to sundown, especially during planting or harvest seasons. A 14th century English manor record details tenants owing up to 6 days a week of labor to their lord plus their own crops to tend. You're not just tired. Your bone-deep, exhausted muscles, aching from swinging a scythe or dragging a plow. Sleep should be your escape, but it's tainted by the looming reality of tomorrow's tasks. You know the moment you close your eyes, the rooster's crow will come too soon, and you'll be back at it, sore hungry and praying for a break that never comes. Here's the quirky tidbit: some peasants believed dreams could predict their workday. A folklore snippet from rural France mentions interpreting a dream about water as a sign of heavy labor ahead, like hauling buckets. Sounds like a stretch, but you're half hoping your restless dozing will give you a heads up about tomorrow's chores. Historians still argue whether these dream interpretations were serious beliefs or just ways to process relentless stress. Either way, you're not dreaming of rainbows, you're replaying that field you didn't finish plowing. You shift on the straw, the crackle loud in the quiet. Your body's begging for rest, but your mind's racing. You can almost feel the weight of the plow, the blisters on your hands. The hut's air is stale, heavy with smoke, and the goat's musky scent. but it's the thought of dawn that's suffocating. Modern jab, we dread Monday mornings, but you're out here dreading every sunrise, like it's a personal insult. Makes that 9 to 5 desk job sound like a vacation, doesn't it? The family's still snoring, oblivious to your mental spiral, and you envy their ignorance. A little humor to lift the mood. If medieval peasants had a motivational poster, it'd say, "Keep plowing. You're almost dead." You'd laugh, but you're too tired. You try to focus on something calming, like the faint cricket chirps outside, but your brain's stuck on that unplowed field and the Lord's overseer who'll chew you out if it's not done. You think back to the hunger from earlier. At least it's a distraction from this dread. The knife under the pillow trick. Maybe it's for stabbing tomorrow's to-do list. The worst part is the inevitability. There's no sick day, no vacation. You're trapped in a cycle where sleep's just a pit stop, not a refuge. You lie there, the straw, jabbing your side, picturing the muddy fields, the heavy tools, the endless labor. The cold still nipping at your toes, and the rats are probably plotting their next raid. You tug the blanket closer, but it's no shield against the weight of tomorrow. Night's supposed to be a break, but it's just another reminder of the life you're fighting to survive. You're still sprawled on that miserable straw pallet, the hut's darkness swallowing any hope of comfort. The dread of tomorrow's labor is heavy, but now you're wrestling with another foe, the blanket itself. It's not a blanket in the cozy modern sense, just a thin, patchy square of wool that's more holes than fabric. You're trying to stay warm, but it's like wrapping yourself in a moth-eaten scarf. The cold's relentless, and this so-called blanket is failing you spectacularly, turning every attempt at sleep into a shivering struggle. Let's break it down. Medieval peasants rarely had proper bedding. Most made do with a single woolen cover, often handed down through generations or patched together from loom scraps. A 14th century household inventory from England lists blankets as rare, with many families sharing one or none at all. Yours is coarse, barely wide enough to cover your shoulders, and it smells like a mix of sweat and damp sheep. The hut's drafty walls let in gusts that cut through it like a knife, and the hearth's been out for hours, leaving you at the mercy of the night's chill. You're curling up tighter, but warmth is a distant dream. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some peasants tried layering their blankets with whatever was handy: old cloaks, sackcloth, even dried grass. A few rural records mention stuffing clothes with straw for extra insulation, like a medieval life hack. Sounds resourceful, but it's about as cozy as hugging a bale of hay. Historians still argue whether this was a common practice or a sign of extreme poverty. Either way, you're eyeing your spare tunic, wondering if it's worth piling on. It's not, but the cold's making you consider it. You tug the blanket, but it snags on the straw, tearing another hole. Great. You shift the pallet, crackling like it's laughing at you. The air's thick with that familiar mix of smoke goat and mildew, but now it's got a biting edge that stings your nose. Modern aside, we pile on comforters and call it a day, but you're out here rationing a rag like it's a luxury. Makes that fluffy duvet sound like a king's ransom, doesn't it? You try to cover your feet, but then your shoulders are exposed. It's a losing game, and the cold's winning. A little joke to thaw the mood. If this blanket had a tag, it'd read, "Guaranteed to disappoint since 1340. You'd burn it for warmth, but it's too damp to catch fire. You think back to the rats and the snoring family. Maybe their body heat could help, but you're not desperate enough to cuddle up yet. The hunger from earlier's still gnawing, and the dread of tomorrow's work looms. You try to focus on the distant owl hoot, but a gust rattles the thatch, sending a shiver down your spine. The knife under the pillow trick. Maybe it's for stabbing this useless blanket. The worst part is the futility. No matter how you adjust, the cold seeps in. You're exhausted, but sleep's blocked by this constant battle to stay warm. You lie there, the straw jabbing your side, your breath visible in the dim moonlight. The family's still making noise, your kids kicking, your spouse is stealing the blanket's edge. You tug it back, but it's a pointless tug of war. Night's supposed to be a refuge, but it's just another test of endurance, and this threadbare rag is failing you at every turn. You're still shivering on that prickly straw pallet, wrestling with a blanket that's more holes than help. The cold's biting, the hut's creaking, and your family's snoring like it's a competition. Just when you think you've hit peak misery, a new challenge rears its head. You need to pee. In the middle of the night, in a freezing medieval hut, this isn't a quick trip to the bathroom. It's an expedition. The outhouse is outside across a dark, muddy yard, and the thought of leaving your meager warmth makes you want to cry. But nature's calling, and it's not taking no for an answer. Let's set the scene. Medieval peasants didn't have indoor plumbing. The latrine was a pit, or wooden privy, outside often shared with neighbors. A 14th century village survey from England describes privies as basic, think a plank over a hole, maybe with a thatch roof if you're lucky. At night, you're braving the cold, the dark, and whatever's lurking out there, wolves, thieves, or just your own imagination. The alternative? A chamber pot. But those were rare for peasants, and yours is cracked anyway, so you're stuck with the trek, and it's as miserable as it sounds. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some peasants used night soil from their privies as fertilizer, turning their bathroom trips into a grim kind of recycling. Folklore even mentions sprinkling ash over the pit to keep smells down. Medieval air freshener. Historians still argue whether this was practical sanitation or just making the best of a bad situation. Either way, you're not thinking about fertilizer right now. You're just dreading the journey to that freezing, smelly pit. You shift on the straw, the crackle loud enough to wake the goat. Your bladder's screaming, but the thought of stepping outside is torture. The hut's air is heavy with smoke and mildew, but outside, it's a whole new level of cold. Modern jab. We stumble to the bathroom half asleep, but you're out here planning a polar expedition just to pee. Makes that heated toilet seat sound like royalty, doesn't it? You pull the blanket tighter, hoping to delay the inevitable, but it's no use. You've got to go. A little humor to ease the pain. If medieval peasants had a travel guide, the outhouse would be listed as 0 stars, bring a torch. You'd rather hold it, but biology's not on your side. You think back to those demon fears from earlier. Maybe the dark's hiding something worse than a wolf. The knife under the pillow trick. Tempting, but it won't help against frostbite. You sit up wincing as the cold hits your bare feet. The family's still snoring oblivious, and you envy their ignorance. You grab your cloak, more rags than fashion, and brace for the mission. The worst part is the journey itself. You stumble through the dark hut, dodging your kids' sprawled limbs, and creak open the door. The wind hits like a slap, and the yard's a muddy mess. The privies may be 20 yards away, but it feels like a mile. You shuffle forward, teeth, chattering eyes, scanning for shadows. The smell hits before you even reach the pit, earthy sour and way too familiar. You do your business as fast as humanly possible, then sprint back, praying you don't slip. Back in the hut, you dive under the blanket, but now you're wide awake, frozen and miserable. Sleep's a distant dream now. You're back on that wretched straw pallet, still shaking from your freezing outhouse trek. The hut's dark, the blankets useless, and your family's snoring like they're auditioning for a choir. You're desperate for sleep, but now your body's betraying you again. Not with hunger or cold, but with aches and pains. Medieval peasants didn't have doctors on speed dial, and untreated illnesses or injuries were a nightly torment. You're lying there nursing a sore back from plowing, maybe a cough that won't quit, and sleep feels like a cruel taunt when your body's screaming. Let's paint the picture. Medical care in the 14th century was scarce for peasants. Most relied on folk remedies, herbs, prayers, or charms, because physicians were for the wealthy. A 1370s English village record notes that common ailments like joint pain fevers or infections were endured, not treated. Your back's killing you from hauling grain sacks, and you've got a nagging cough from the hut's smoky air. No ibuprofen, no cough syrup, just you the straw, and a whole lot of discomfort. The palate's no help. Every move sends a jolt through your spine, and the cold makes your joints feel like rusted hinges. Here's the quirky tidbit some peasants swore by healing stones or amulets to ease pain. A few manuscripts mention tying a pebble, blessed by a local hermit, to an aching limb, medieval placebo at its finest. Sounds like a scam, but you're half tempted to try it. Historians still argue whether these remedies were spiritual coping mechanisms or just desperate grasps at relief. Either way, you've got no magic rock, so you're stuck grimacing through the night, hoping willpower's enough. You shift the straw, crackling like it's mocking your pain. Your back's a knot of tension, and every cough feels like a punch to the chest. The hut's air is thick with that familiar mixed smoke goat damp wool, but now it's irritating your throat, making the cough worse. Modern aside, we pop an Advil and call it a day, but you're out here praying your spine doesn't stage a full revolt. Makes that chiropractor appointment sound like luxury, doesn't it? You try to find a position that doesn't hurt, but the palate's like a torture rack designed by a sadist. A little joke to dull the ache. If medieval peasants had a pharmacy, it'd stock grit your teeth and hope. You'd buy both, but you're broke. You think back to the outhouse trip. Maybe the cold numbed your pain for a second, but it's back with a vengeance. The family's no help. Your kids kicking in their sleep, and your spouse's snores are rattling your nerves. You wonder if those herb-stuffed pallets were supposed to help with aches, too. Probably not, but you're running out of ideas. The worst part is the helplessness. There's no fix, no relief, just endurance. You're exhausted, but every cough or twinge pulls you back from the edge of sleep. You lie there, the straw jabbing your side, picturing the work waiting at dawn. Will your back hold up? Will the cough get worse? The rats are still skittering, and the cold's biting your toes. You tug the blanket closer, but it's no shield against the pain. Night's supposed to heal you, but it's just another reminder that your body's as worn as the hut you're stuck in. You're still on that miserable straw pallet, your back aching, your cough nagging, and the hut's darkness pressing in like a heavy fog. The cold, the rats, and your family's snoring are bad enough, but now there's another hurdle: the church. Medieval life was ruled by religion, and even sleep wasn't free from its grip. You're lying there trying to drift off, but the priest's warnings echo in your mind, strict rules about when and how you should sleep, all to keep your soul in line. These restrictions are turning your already brutal night into a spiritual obstacle course. Let's set the stage. The medieval church saw sleep as a moral battleground. Sermons from the 14th century, like those in English parish records, preached that idle sleep was a sin tempting you to laziness or lust. You're supposed to pray, Before bed, avoid sleeping past dawn. And here's the kicker: not enjoy it too much. The church pushed a biphasic sleep pattern, a first sleep of a few hours, then a wakeful period for prayer or reflection, followed by a second sleep. Sounds fine for monks, but you're a peasant with fields to plow, staying up to mumble psalms at midnight. Not exactly practical when you're bone-tired. Here's the quirky tidbit: some peasants tried to game the system by muttering prayers while half asleep, hoping it counted. A few rural tales mention bedside charms, short rhymes to appease God without getting out of bed. Lazy maybe, but you're tempted to try it. Historians still argue whether this was devout multitasking or just exhaustion winning over piety. Either way, you're whispering a quick Lord, have mercy under your breath, hoping it's enough to dodge divine disapproval. You shift on the straw, the crackle sharp against the hut's quiet. Your back's still throbbing, and the cough's not helping, but now you're stressing about sleeping wrong. The church says to lie flat hands, crossed like you're practicing for a coffin. None of this curling up for warmth nonsense. Modern jab, we scroll our phones before bed, but you're out here dodging eternal punishment for napping too long. Makes that Netflix binge seem saintly, doesn't it? The air's thick with smoke and goat stink, but it's the weight of those rules that's choking you now. A little humor to lighten the load. If medieval peasants had a sleep app, it'd nag you to pray now or burn later. You'd uninstall it, but the priest's watching. You think back to those demon fears from earlier. Maybe the church's rules are just another way to keep you scared. The knife under the pillow trick. Tempting for cutting through this spiritual red tape. Your family's still snoring, oblivious to your theological crisis, and you envy their carefree slumber. You try to pray, but your mind's stuck on tomorrow's chores and that nagging cough. The worst part is the guilt. You're exhausted, but closing your eyes feels like defying God. What if you oversleep and miss morning mass? What if you dream of something sinful? The church's rules are a constant shadow, turning rest into a test of faith. You lie there, the straw jabbing your side, the cold biting your toes. The rats skitter, and your kid mutters in their sleep. You tug the blanket closer, but it's no shield against this invisible pressure. Night's supposed to be a sanctuary, but it's just another place where you're judged. You're still on that lumpy straw pallet, the hut's darkness thick with the weight of church rules, your aches, and the ever-present snores. The cold's biting the rats are skittering, and sleep's a distant hope. Now, another layer of misery creeps in the seasons. Medieval life was ruled by nature's rhythms, and the time of year shaped how you slept or didn't. Spring's chilly drafts are bad, but winter's endless nights, or summer's fleeting ones, each brought their own brutal challenges. You're lying there trying to rest, but the season's quirks are stacking the deck against you. Let's break it down. In spring, like now, the nights are cool and damp, with temperatures often dipping below 10 degrees Celsius, as noted in 14th century weather logs from English monasteries. Your hut's walls leak, and the thatch roof drips if it rained, which it did. Winter's worst nights stretch to 14 hours, and the cold so fierce you wake up with frost on your blanket. Summer's the opposite. Nights are short, maybe 6 hours, and you're sweating in the stuffy hut swatting flies. Each season shifts your sleep patterns, and none are kind. You're in spring, so it's all about dodging drafts and praying the mud doesn't seep through the floor. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some peasants marked seasonal shifts with sleep rituals, like changing the straw in their pallets to reset the bed's luck. A few rural records mention tossing out winter straw in spring to ward off bad dreams. Sounds like wishful thinking, but you're wondering if fresh straw might help until you remember you can't afford it. Historians still argue whether these rituals were practical or tied to pagan holdovers. Either way, your palate's the same old prickly mess, and no rituals saving you tonight. You shift the straw, crackling like it's got a personal grudge. The air's damp, carrying that familiar mix of smoke goat and mildew, but now it's got a muddy tang from the wet floor. Your blanket's clammy, and every draft feels like a slap. Modern aside, we tweak the AC and call it a day, but you're out here battling Mother Nature with a rag and a prayer. Makes that thermostat sound like magic, doesn't it? You try to curl up tighter, but the palate's jabbing your hip, and the damp's seeping into your bones. A little joke to dry the mood. If medieval peasants had a weather app, it'd just say, "Cold and wet, good luck." You'd swipe left, but you're stuck. You think back to the church's sleep rules. Maybe praying for a dry night counts as devotion. The family's still snoring, your kids sprawled across half your space, and the goat's bleating like it's mocking the season. You wonder if those rat charms could fend off dampness too. No chance, but you're grasping at straws, pun intended. The worst part is the unpredictability. Spring's drafts keep you shivering, but you know winter's coming, with its bone-chilling marathons, and summer's heat will steal what little rest you get. You're trapped in nature's cycle, with no control. You lie there, the straw poking your side, the cold gnawing your toes. The hunger from earlier's back, and the dread of tomorrow's work looms. You tug the blanket closer, but it's no match for the season's whims. Night's supposed to be a constant, but it's just another way the world keeps you on edge. You're still sprawled on that wretched straw pallet, the damp spring air seeping through the hut's flimsy walls, your body aching, and the church's rules lingering like a bad sermon. The rats skitter, the family snores, and sleep's a cruel tease. Amid this misery, though there are rare moments, fleeting, fragile glimmers of comfort that peasants like you clung to. They're not much, but in a world of cold hunger and endless toil, these tiny reprieves are what keep you going. You're lying there chasing one of those moments, hoping it'll carry you to rest. Let's set the scene. Comfort was scarce in medieval peasant life, but it wasn't impossible. A 14th century household manual from England mentions small acts of care like a spouse warming a blanket by the hearth before bed, or a parent humming a lullaby to settle the kids. You're not living in a fairy tale, but sometimes your spouse shifts closer, sharing a bit of body heat, or the goat's steady breathing becomes a weirdly soothing rhythm. These moments are rare. Your hut's no cozy cabin, but they're enough to remind you there's still something human in this grind. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some peasants believed a shared story before bed could lighten the night. Rural folklore mentions families reciting tales, often about saints or clever foxes, to ease everyone into sleep. It's not exactly Netflix, but it's a ritual that softens the edges of a brutal day. Historians still argue whether these stories were for morale or just a way to keep kids quiet. Either way, you're half listening to your spouse mutter a story about a monk outsmarting a wolf, and it's almost nice. You shift on the straw, the crackle softer now, like it's finally giving you a break. The air's still damp, heavy with smoke and goat, but there's a faint warmth where your kid's curled up nearby. It's not much, but it's something. Modern aside, we doom scroll before bed, but you're out here savoring a whispered story like it's a luxury. Makes that bedtime podcast seem overrated, doesn't it? You close your eyes, trying to hold on to this moment, but the pallet's still jabbing your hip, and a cough from earlier threatens to return. A little joke to keep it light. If medieval peasants had a spa, it'd be one warm blanket and a good story. 5 stars. You'd book it, but you're stuck here. You think back to the outhouse trek, or those demon fears. Those feel distant, now drowned out by this fleeting calm. The family's quieter, the snores almost rhythmic, and the goat's steady breaths are oddly grounding. You tug the blanket closer, and for once, it covers your toes. It's not perfect, but it's enough to make you believe sleep might actually happen. The worst part, these moments are so rare, they're almost painful. You know the cold, the hunger, and tomorrow's work are waiting to crash the party. But for now, you lean into it. The warmth, the story, the faint hope. You lie there, the straw, less prickly, the damp, less biting. The rats are still out there, and the church's rules loom, but this tiny pocket of comfort is yours. Night's been a battle, but right now, it's offering a truce, and you're taking it. You're still on that familiar straw pallet, clinging to the fleeting warmth of your family's closeness and the echo of a half-told story. The hut's dark, the air heavy with damp and smoke, but for a moment you almost believed sleep was possible. Now, as the night drags on, it's time to face the truth for medieval peasants. Like you, sleep wasn't about rest, it was about survival. Every discomfort, from the cold to the hunger, was a reminder that night was just another hurdle in a life defined by endurance. You're lying there, piecing together why sleep eluded you, and it's both humbling and haunting. Let's tie it all together. Medieval peasants as 14th century records like manor rolls show lived on the edge, physically, financially, and emotionally. Sleep was no escape. It was a gauntlet of straw-filled pallets, freezing drafts, skittering rats, and relentless worries. You felt it all tonight, the jabbing straw, the hunger pangs, the dread of tomorrow's plow, the church's rules, and the season's whims. Each was a thief, stealing rest and leaving you to fight for every scrap of peace. Yet those rare moments, a shared story, a warm shoulder showed you why peasants kept going. Survival wasn't just about enduring. It was about finding slivers of hope in the dark. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some peasants believed sleeping with their heads facing east aligned them with the sunrise, promising better days. A few folklore scraps mention this as a way to greet the dawn's mercy. Sounds poetic, but your palate's too cramped to rearrange. Historians still argue whether this was spiritual or just a way to feel control in a chaotic life. Either way, you're not flipping around, now you're too tired, and the straws finally settled into a slightly less torturous shape. You shift one last time, the crackle faint, almost comforting. The hut smells, goat smoke, damp earth are familiar now like reluctant old friends. Your kids still curled nearby, their breath steady, and the goat snoring is a soft drone. Modern jab, we chase perfect sleep with apps and white noise, but you're out here making peace with a hut full of chaos. Makes that sleep tracker seem a bit extra, doesn't it? You smile faintly, a tired chuckle at the thought. The cold's still there, but it's dulled, and the rats seem quieter, maybe tired of their own game. A final joke to soften the edge: if medieval peasants had a motto, it'd be "Sleep's overrated, try surviving." You'd stitch it on a banner, but needles are scarce. You think back to the knife under the pillow trick, the outhouse trek, the demon fears, they're all part of this strange, gritty tapestry. The hunger, the aches, the church's rules, they've all conspired to keep you awake, but you're still here, still breathing. The night's been a battle, but you fought it inch by stubborn inch. Now let's ease you out of this medieval world. back to your own quiet space. The hut fades its creaks and chills, softening into memory. Picture the straw pallet dissolving, replaced by your own bed, soft, warm, steady. The snores of the family, the skitter of rats they're slipping away, carried off by a gentle breeze. You're no longer shivering in that drafty hut. You're here now, wrapped in calm. The hunger, the dread, the endless toil they belong to. Another time, another life. Let your breath slow, each inhale pulling you deeper into peace. Each exhale, releasing the weight of the night. The goats bleating the churches rules the cold, they're gone, replaced by a stillness that cradles you. Feel your body sink heavy and safe into the present. The stars outside your window are soft, the world quiet. You've journeyed through a peasant's night, and now it's time to rest, truly rest. Let the darkness be kind. Let sleep be yours. Sweet dreams. How ancient Babylonians measured time. Using shadows. We're slipping into the ancient world, not the flashy parts with golden statues and epic battles, but something far more calming, the soft shifting shadows of Babylon. You're standing barefoot on warm stone, in a city so old that time itself still feels experimental. The air smells like baked clay and fig leaves, and just beyond a low wall, a priest murmurs something while staring at a stick. That's your first clue. No clocks. Just the sun, the earth, and a whole lot of guesswork. Babylon didn't have iPhones or digital calendars, obviously, but it did have a deeply spiritual relationship with the passage of time. That sounds fancy, but really, it meant people spent a lot of their day looking at shadows and saying things like, "Ah, yes, it is now, the sixth part of the morning." You, by the way, would probably not survive this schedule. Wake-up rituals before sunrise labor, divided by shadow length, and bedtime based on moon visibility, not exactly the Netflix and snack lifestyle. You walk along the dusty avenue of a growing city. Babylon isn't at its peak yet, but it's close. The buildings are made of sun-dried mud brick, rising no more than 2 stories. Most homes have open courtyards in the center, with little shaded corners, where elders nap or children play with pebbles. You pass by a market just stirring to life, fishmongers, yawning bakers, brushing off yesterday's flour. But something catches your eye, an older man drawing a circle in the sand with a bronze stick. This, it turns out, is no idle doodling. It's a proto-sundial, or more precisely, a gnomon. Yes, a delightful word that just means a thing that casts a shadow. The man is tracking the length of its shadow, whispering to himself as the sun rises over the rooftops. No wristwatch, no hourglass, just a stick, the sun, and a working theory of time. You lean closer. The shadow is maybe the length of your forearm. It wiggles slightly in the morning breeze. Mainstream historians agree that Babylonians weren't the first to use shadows for timekeeping, but they were the ones who began systematizing it, turning shadow lengths into structured temporal hours. Unlike modern hours, which are always 60 minutes, Babylonian hours changed with the seasons. Longer shadows in winter meant longer hours. It's oddly comforting, isn't it? A day that stretches to match your need for rest. But here's the quirky bit. The early Babylonians didn't divide time just for practicality. They saw it as a reflection of celestial will. Shadow measurement wasn't just about organizing chores. It was divine. You're not simply tracking the sun. You're listening to it. One fringe discovery that's charmed archaeologists is the theory that temple priests may have synchronized their breathing with shadow movement during morning rituals literally meditating by sunbeam. No one agrees on this fully. Historians still argue whether that's poetic speculation or a misunderstood translation from damaged tablets. You move farther into the temple complex, where more shadows stretch, now crisscrossing in sacred geometry. The earth warms beneath your feet. A child somewhere is giggling. Time here feels like a gentle game, a series of moving shapes on golden ground. You follow a narrow alley, shaded by linen awnings, and emerge into a wider plaza, where the morning sun now strikes at an angle so precise you'd think it was rehearsed. But of course, this is Babylon. Everything is more calculated than it looks. In the center of the plaza stands a tall needle-like stone column. Not decorative, not commemorative, just pointy. And yet this object is doing a very quiet job. It's telling time. Welcome to the land of obelisks gnomons, and every pointy object you can imagine, each one carefully placed, not for beauty, but for shadow play. You take a seat on a low clay bench, watching how the shadow curves around the paving stones like a sundial's hour hand. The Babylonians didn't invent the sundial in the way later Greeks would formalize it, but they absolutely laid the groundwork. These tall poles, sometimes simple sticks, sometimes carved pillars, acted as rudimentary timekeepers. As the sun moved, the length and angle of the shadow told you roughly what part of the day it was. You imagine yourself as a weary traveler arriving in the city. You'd ask a temple guard for the time, and he'd just point at a stick in the ground. Efficient, if a bit interpretive. The coolest part, many gnomons weren't just utilitarian, they were theatrical. Temple courtyards were often designed with specific patterns of paving stones or painted tiles, allowing the moving shadow to line up with marked divisions. When the shadow hit a certain tile, that might signal time for prayer, or for a market bell to ring, or for goats to be let out of their pens. But let's not over-romanticize it. Some of these setups were wildly inconsistent. One famous reconstruction suggests that in certain seasons, the shadow would point to the 6th hour right after breakfast. Whoops, there's a fringe theory about a marketplace in southern Babylon, where competing vendors each installed their own sundial pole angled ever so slightly differently, so they could argue over whose pricing window was accurate. You smirk at the image ancient fraud measured by stick. Still, it's very human. And here's where the debate gets spicy. Some archaeologists insist these poles were part of public timekeeping systems, essentially community clocks, while others argue they were symbolic, meant only for the educated elite or priesthood. The reality is probably both. Imagine a world where you could see time if only you were trained to understand it. You run your hand along one of the gnomons, its stone surprisingly cool despite the sun. There's a carved notch at its base, maybe an old calibration mark, maybe just graffiti. You'll never know for sure. But in a city this old, everything might mean something or nothing. A breeze picks up. The shadow lengthens a little more. A scribe nearby adjusts his wax tablet. You begin to understand that in Babylon, time isn't counted, it's observed. It moves in curves, not clicks. And the only tick you'll hear today might be from a cricket hiding beneath a clay stair. You lean back, eyes half-lidded, watching the shadow creep a few inches every few minutes. It's oddly satisfying, like watching sand fall through an hourglass, only without the pressure of finishing anything. The city breathes. Time happens. You're exactly where you need to be. You're still watching the shadow glide across the plaza floor, slow as honey in winter, when something strange occurs to you. This shadow-based system only works if the sun behaves. And in Babylon, as elsewhere, it doesn't always play nice. You wander past a small bakery, warm bread smell curling around your nose like a comforting scarf, and enter a shaded hallway behind the temple. Here, another gnomon is mounted directly on the wall, its angle tilted slightly upward. A few priests are gathered around it, muttering clearly confused. One of them gestures up at the sky, where a hazy patch of clouds has drifted across the sun. For a moment, the shadow disappears entirely. Panic no. Just exasperated shrugs. This is the big catch with shadow time, it's only as reliable as your sunlight. But here's where it gets weirder. Babylonians had a definition of noon that didn't always align with the sun's highest point in the sky. Today, we think of noon as that solar apex bam middle of the day. But to a Babylonian priest, noon might occur when the shadow hit a specific courtyard tile, which, depending on the season, could be off by 20 minutes or more. That's because their idea of time wasn't fixed, it was seasonal. Hours weren't equal all year round. Instead, the daylight was divided into 12 segments, regardless of whether the sun stayed up for 14 hours in summer or barely 10 in winter. Result summer hours were longer than winter ones, stretchy hours if you like. You're now realizing that Babylon didn't just measure time, it interpreted it. The mainstream historical record supports this. Many Babylonian temples used time reckoning systems tied to both solar observation and ritual necessity. But the quirkiest detail comes from a translated letter. Between temple officials, one priest complains that another's noon was off by 2 lengths of shadow, which scholars estimate to be about the distance from your elbow to your fingertips. So Babylon had office drama about shadows. You step outside again, blinking at the brightness. The plaza you left now looks completely different. The same gnomon from earlier is casting a much shorter shadow, now one that barely touches the outer ring of bricks. If you were a timekeeper, you'd now declare it noon probably, depending on who you asked. There's an open scholarly debate over how standardized these shadow systems were. Some argue Babylon had an entire shadow map city grid. Others suggest it was more of a vibe. You decide that it's probably both. Rigid and chaotic. Sacred and casual. Like trying to read a sundial with sunglasses on. Mostly right, sometimes hilariously wrong. You pass a young boy being taught by his grandfather how to read the shadow, the child's hand, trembling slightly as he draws a chalk arc beside the pole. The grandfather nods solemnly, then tells him it's time for the midday meal. You look up. The sun's not quite at its peak. But in Babylon, the shadow has spoken, and that's good enough. The sun now blazes directly overhead, and everything is sharp clear, a bit too warm. But in your mind, the shadows are still stretching, sliding silently across history like time itself. Doesn't really want to be noticed, just gently followed. The stone under your sandals is warm, now warmer than you expected. You follow its heat, like a breadcrumb, trail through a maze of low walls and hushed courtyards, until you enter a massive open square, ringed by stone columns. And here in the center, you find a scene that feels less like science and more like theater. A group of temple priests are gathered in a circle, not speaking, not moving, all eyes on the slow arc of a single shadow. You almost feel like you've walked in on a performance or maybe a sacred act. The gnomon here is no humble stick. It's a polished black obelisk that pierces the sky like a dagger. Around its base is a stone platform carved with 12 wedges like a sundial pie. But here's the twist. The shadows aren't just tracked. They're interpreted. You take a seat at the edge of the square, quiet as a breeze, and begin to understand what's happening. Each wedge represents more than an hour. It's also tied to a deity, a prophecy, a moment in the agricultural cycle. This isn't just timekeeping, it's divination. Mainstream historians agree for the Babylonians time was always linked with the divine. The position of the sun's shadow was not just 10 a.m., but perhaps the third breath of Shamash the sun, God himself. Some records even suggest priests would halt proceedings if a shadow crossed into a forbidden wedge, interpreting it as a sign that something somewhere had gone wrong. One quirky find a tablet from Sippar describing how a priest once blamed a misaligned shadow for a bad harvest. He claimed the sun had slipped from its expected path, which was probably just a cloudy afternoon. But hey, if your crops fail, you need somebody to blame. You gaze at the priests again. One of them finally nods. Another scribes something on a tablet. And just like that, the sacred moment ends. No bells, no trumpet fanfare, just a flicker of shadow acknowledged and noted. As you wander out of the courtyard, a young apprentice passes you carrying a small gnomon in a clay holder. You smile, imagining him trying to find the right temple tile to set it on. Maybe he's late. Maybe he's early. In Babylon, those concepts are strangely flexible. Historians still argue whether this ritualized shadow reading was daily practice or reserved for special occasions. Some suggest it was only performed during equinoxes or harvest festivals. Others believe that senior priests did it every single morning as part of city governance marking when taxes could be collected or rituals performed. You step into another courtyard, this one quieter, more intimate. A single low column stands in the middle, its shadow nearly invisible now. No ceremony here, just a plain practical measure of time. It reminds you that while the temples loved grandeur, most people just needed to know when to eat, pray, or quit working. A woman leans out her window above you and dumps a bucket of water into a gutter. You watch it splash, hear it trickle away, and for a moment that sound becomes your clock. No numbers, just motion, just rhythm. In Babylon, that was sometimes enough. The sun continues its path, the shadows shifting like the arms of invisible dancers, graceful and unhurried. You're still moving with them, drifting deeper into a world where time isn't a measurement, it's a presence. A long, patient shadow you follow step by sleepy step. You step back into the broader street, now filled with the warm buzz of midday life merchants calling half-heartedly donkeys, clopping by a rhythmic tapping of sandals on stone. But in your mind, you're not watching the people. You're watching the shadows, specifically how they're changing shape, stretching then shrinking again as the sun marches overhead. You duck into a small room, tucked behind a merchant stall. It's cool inside and lined with tablets, clay shelves, little more than dust with form. In the center sits a curious artifact, a shallow bowl with a pinhole near its base. At first it seems decorative, until a young scribe gently fills it with water. Welcome to Babylon's quieter cousin of the sundial, the clepsydra, or water clock. These little bowls were time's backup dancers. When clouds ruined a shadow-reading ceremony, or the sun had the audacity to set Babylonians used water clocks to keep track of passing hours. You watch as water slowly leaks out of the vessel and into a basin below each drop, a whisper of lost time. Most mainstream historians believe clepsydras were used at night or in temples where precise rituals had to be timed, particularly sacrifices, prayers, or astronomical observations. And unlike the unpredictable sun water obeyed gravity, usually, the quirky part Babylonian clepsydras weren't standardized. Some used calibrated marks along the interior to show passing hours, while others simply emptied over an estimated period. A tablet from Borsippa mentions a clepsydra that took the same time to drain as one song played on a lyre. So yes, the ancient world may have had playlist-length timekeeping. Imagine Sacrifice to Ishtar 2 songs long. There's a fringe theory suggesting that some water clocks were scented. That's right, scented. Drops would carry fragrance down into a reed basin, slowly diffusing perfume as time passed. A poetic idea, but not yet proven. Still, it makes your imagination hum. As you sit and listen to the soft dripping, you realize how calming this method is. No ticks, no alarms, just the sound of patience. And in Babylon, patience was a virtue. Time passed differently here, not rushed, not forced. Just accepted. Of course, there were limitations. Historians still argue whether clepsydras were actually precise enough for long rituals, or whether they were used more as rough estimates, a sort of spiritual kitchen timer. One scholar even compared them to liquid hourglasses with commitment issues. The scribe beside you glances at the water level, then gently lights a small oil lamp. It's part of the ritual fire and water twin markers of presence and decay. Together, they count something deeper than hours. They count awareness. You leave the room quietly blinking at the light outside. The sun is beginning to tilt westward shadows, lengthening once again. But now, you carry the rhythm of water inside you, a slow, dripping cadence that echoes in your steps. And somewhere behind you, another drop falls. As you return to the bustle of the city streets, you notice something peculiar. Despite the complete lack of anything resembling a wristwatch, everyone around you seems to be in sync. The baker is loading his second batch into the kiln. The market sellers are raising their voices. This is the louder part of the day. Children are being called back home with sharp claps and gentle scolding. Time somehow is working. You follow a young scribe heading toward the temple archive. He's balancing a wax tablet on one hand and chewing on the stylus like it's a honey stick. You trail him past an alley shaded by fig trees until he ducks into a low square building made entirely of thick mud brick. Inside, it's much cooler, lit by slats in the walls and a single flickering oil lamp. This is where Babylon's timekeepers come to write not numbers, not charts, but events. Time here is marked not by hours and minutes, but by what happened when the market opened, when the goats were herded, when the priest read the sky and declared a feast day. There's no ticking, only storytelling. Mainstream historical sources suggest that Babylonian scribes recorded daily logs based on when something occurred in relation to known natural markers, shadow length, sun position, or water clock levels. So instead of writing at 10:15 a.m., they might note when the shadow reached the 6th tile or as the second vessel drained. It sounds vague, but it worked, like navigating a city using landmarks instead of street names. You run your fingers across one of the tablets. It's warm, gritty, and carved in that beautiful cuneiform that looks like someone pressed bird feet into clay. One particular tablet mentions the hour of the 6th breath, which scholars still debate. Was it the 6th hour of daylight, or a metaphor for a particular breeze common that season? Historians still argue whether breath hours were literal or poetic. You decide, it doesn't matter. Either way, it's beautiful. A quirky little side note. There's evidence that certain temple scribes became famous for their timing trusted by merchants and even royalty to declare the best time to hold meetings or arrange marriages. Not astrologers necessarily, just people who had a reputation for knowing when shadows meant something good. You follow the young scribe to a corner where he unrolls a long piece of cloth and begins pressing impressions onto a fresh clay slab. He pauses, looks out the window at a nearby gnomon, then makes a mark. You realize he just wrote now into history. You exit quietly, passing a mural along the wall that shows the god Shamash, standing on a mountain sunlight, radiating from his shoulders, like time itself. No hourglass, no gears, just light. Outside, the afternoon is easing into its golden phase. Shadows are stretching again, lazily, like cats waking up from nap. You sit on a ledge and feel the way Babylon holds time, not like a strict line, but like a rhythm. You don't measure time here. You listen for it. By now, you've grown oddly fluent in the language of shadows. You watch them stretch and shrink across staircases, slip beneath baskets of dates, glide along the curved bellies of clay jugs cooling in the shade. But what surprises you most isn't how the Babylonians measured time. It's how they managed it without needing to own it. You wander into a public square just outside the city's inner wall. A few scribes sit under a canopy, tallying goats and bags of grain. A boy passes barefoot and grinning, balancing an empty pot on his head. Across the street, a shopkeeper yawns and mutters something about missing the fourth part of the afternoon. But no one panics. There are no bells, no clocks, just the sun, the dust, and a quiet mutual agreement that the day is somewhere near the middle. This is what makes Babylonian timekeeping so fascinating. There were official ways to mark time, yes, but most people relied on ambient cues, shared rhythms, and observation. Timekeeping was layered, formal in temples, intuitive in the streets. Mainstream sources suggest that merchants and craftsmen knew how to read time through habit and location. If the shadow of the northern gate reached a certain line on the paving stones, it meant customers would soon arrive. If a particular bird started calling from the rooftops, it was probably time to pack up. And for those who needed more precision, there were timekeepers. Not in the modern sense, but specialists whose job was to observe, mark, and report the passing of hours. You spot one now, an older man sitting on a stone bench, face angled slightly upward, eyes half closed in concentration. His job? To know what time it is, without ever saying a number. A fringe theory proposes that some of these early timekeepers were trained from childhood to observe shadow signatures, unique shapes cast at different times of year, different days. They didn't just read the length. They read the character of a shadow, a skill somewhere between art and divination. As you watch the man, you notice his eyes flick to the base of a gnomon, then to the shadow of a fig tree, then back to the clouds. He nods quietly, then whispers to a nearby assistant. That nod will trigger something, a change of guard maybe, or the lighting of a temple torch. Historians still argue whether these timekeepers had fixed schedules or simply worked intuitively, reporting only when needed. But what's clear is that in Babylon, there were people whose only job was to stay still and watch the day unfold. You smile, thinking how alien that would seem now. No alarms, no meetings, just a life spent witnessing the drift of sun and shadow. And for a moment, you do the same. You let go of trying to count time. You just sit and feel it settling around you, like warm sand, soft and slow. The sun dips lower. The city breathes in. and so do you. As the afternoon stretches on, so do the shadows. You're walking alongside the temple gardens. Now, yes, Babylon had gardens. And no, not just the hanging ones everyone talks about. These are more humble rows of herbs, palm fronds casting lacework shadows on the ground, a faint buzz of bees somewhere nearby. You spot a priest standing with his arms folded, squinting up at the sky. Next to him, a young acolyte is holding a thin reed, clearly nervous. Every few seconds, he jabs the reed into the soil, then checks its shadow. But the problem is obvious. The sun keeps slipping behind a patch of cottony clouds, softening the light, making the shadow too faint to read. And that's when the priest mutters something under his breath, flings his hands toward the sky, and storms back into the temple. You've just witnessed the ancient equivalent of someone shouting at their malfunctioning weather app. Because no matter how elegant Babylonian timekeeping was, it was also, like all things involving nature, unreliable. Cloud-covered dust storms, seasonal haze. Any of it could mess up your carefully aligned sundial. A bad Sunday could throw off the schedule for prayer offerings, even military drills. There's a beautiful little irony in a society so rooted in the heavens, still having to shout at clouds like the rest of us. Mainstream historical texts confirm that Babylonian astronomer priests were deeply reliant on clear skies. They timed everything from temple rituals to celestial observations based on the sun's visibility. In fact, several surviving records note days when ceremonies were delayed due to the dimming of light. But here's the fun bit. Some temples had backup plans. One fringe theory proposes that in certain cities, junior acolytes were trained to simulate sun paths using polished bronze mirrors, essentially bouncing sunlight through a controlled window to recreate the missing shadow. It's not proven, but it's such a delightfully theatrical solution that you can't help but imagine it. Historians still debate whether these mirror tricks were common practice or just the fantasy of one over-imaginative translator. But the broader truth remains, Babylonian timekeeping may have been elegant, but it was fragile. And that fragility gave it humanity. You sit on a stone ledge and let your eyes follow a shaky little shadow cast by a nearby reed. It trembles slightly in the breeze, disappears when a cloud passes, returns moments later, darker, sharper. It's like time itself has a heartbeat. A man carrying a basket of onions walks by and mutters, "Late again, son." You smile, because here in ancient Babylon, even gods running the sky were expected to stay on schedule. A passing breeze stirs the fig trees. The clouds shift again, and suddenly shadows snap back into focus. The acolyte gasps in relief, jabs his reed into the soil with practiced flair, and scurries off to deliver the hour. You don't need to follow. You already know what he'll say. It's time for whatever comes next. Not because a bell rang, but because a shadow agreed. You've wandered back toward the marketplace now, where the late-day sun turns everything golden soft angles. Long shadows, the kind of light that makes the city seem slower, even sleepier. You're strolling past stalls of dried figs, stacked fish in woven baskets, hand-carved beads, and you hear something peculiar. Two merchants arguing. Not about price, not about product, but about what time it is. I swear, it's the 7th hour, one says, pointing dramatically to the shadow of a nearby column. Your gnomons crooked, the other grunts, shifting his display of copper pins. That's the 5th hour's shape. I've seen it 1,000 times. You pause. Yes, it seems even in ancient Babylon, time disputes were a thing. But here's the twist. Sometimes those disputes weren't just petty disagreements, they were business tactics. There's credible evidence that some market vendors deliberately placed their shadow measuring tools, simple poles or bricks, at strategic angles to gain or lose time. By making their stand appear to open earlier or close later, they could outcompete rivals. That shadow cast across your dates, it might be a lie. Mainstream records hint at this. A tablet from the city of Nippur refers to a merchant being fined for dishonest sun tracking. No further detail is offered, but scholars speculate it involved misrepresenting the time to charge more for a service, maybe food, maybe labor. You smirk, picturing a vendor slanting his gnomon just enough to claim it was the ninth hour traditionally, when crowds were hungriest after temple prayer. That's a clever trick shift, the shadow shift demand. A fringe theory, half folklore, half plausible, tells of a shadow war in a southern city where two rival cheese sellers built competing sundials directly in front of each other, each angled slightly differently, leading to months of market chaos and confused lunch hours. Historians still argue whether the tale is metaphorical or simply exaggerated over time. Either way, it sounds delightfully petty. You stroll past one of the older men from the argument. He's now readjusting his display, muttering that the sun has betrayed him. You glance down. The shadow's shifted since you first arrived. It does that. Doesn't wait for anyone. It strikes you again how different Babylonian time was, from ours not regimented, but relative, almost negotiable. Your time wasn't measured by machines. It was felt, guessed, watched, and yes, sometimes fudged. And perhaps that's what made it more human. Not just because it relied on nature, but because it left room for creativity, even mischief. You find a spot near a crumbling wall and sit watching a young boy chase his own shadow across the ground, giggling as it darts away. You wonder if thousands of years later, we're all still doing the same, trying to catch time bargain with it, maybe bend it a little. But here in Babylon, you don't need to chase it. You just need to notice it and let it notice you back. You've followed the shadows literally all the way into the palace district, where the city begins to feel quieter, more deliberate. The air is laced with the smell of jasmine and sun-warmed stone. And in the middle of a grand courtyard, lined with blue-glazed bricks and bronze doors, you finally find it, the royal sundial. But calling it a sundial feels almost rude. It's enormous. A gnomon, the size of a small tree, rises from the center of an elaborately carved marble platform, surrounded by concentric circles inlaid with tiles of gold, lapis lazuli, and black basalt. It looks less like a timekeeping device and more like an altar to time itself. You sit at its edge, letting your fingers drift across the stone. Each ring corresponds to a different season. The outermost circle is for high summer, when the sun's arc is longest. The innermost is for winter, when even noon casts a heavy drooping shadow. A servant walks slowly around the platform with a bronze staff, noting where the gnomon's shadow crosses the design. He doesn't rush. Time isn't going anywhere. Mainstream historians believe this courtyard sundial served both symbolic and functional purposes. Yes, it told time, but it also reminded visitors of the king's mastery over order, over the heavens, over the divine rhythm of the day. In a society that believed kings were chosen by gods, controlling time, even symbolically, was a powerful message. One quirky little detail. Some palace sundials had inscriptions along the edges, not just for hours, but for moods. That's right. Tiles labeled things like hour of heaviness, hour of reflection, and hour of brightness. Imagine planning your day around feelings instead of deadlines. Babylon might have invented vibe-based scheduling. There's a fringe theory that some of these royal sundials doubled as performance spaces platforms for ceremonies timed precisely to shadow positions. If true, it would mean entire rituals were choreographed around the movement of the sun, the way a modern play might cue lighting effects. Beautiful, if slightly terrifying to rehearse. Historians still argue whether this specific palace, likely Etemenanki, the temple complex, often mistaken for the Tower of Babel, actually housed this kind of grand sundial, or whether it was a later invention, retroactively ascribed to Babylon's golden age. But as you sit here, feeling the warm stone under you, and watching the shadow stretch like a ribbon, the specifics fade. What matters is that someone cared enough about time to turn it into art. You stay there for a long while. The servant circles again. Somewhere nearby, a flute begins to play, just a few drifting notes. You realize you haven't heard a single bell all day. Just footsteps, wind, and shadows. Eventually you rise. The gnomon's shadow now touches the edge of the fourth ring. Late afternoon. You don't need a number. You just know. You drift away from the palace square and into the narrow side corridors of the temple complex again, where the stone underfoot is smoother, worn by thousands of silent, reverent steps. A different kind of time breathes here, slower, softer, weightier. You can feel it in the hush of the walls. As you enter a side chamber lit by high-set slits in the wall, a priest walks past you carrying an incense burner. The scent of myrrh and date oil trails behind him like a ghost. Another follows, carrying a clay tablet etched with symbols that glitter faintly in the filtered light. These aren't just timekeepers, they're interpreters. And their calendar isn't printed. It's sacred. Welcome to Babylon's divine clock. Unlike the open-air gnomons of the marketplace or the water clocks of private homes, temple timekeeping wasn't just about dividing the day. It was about aligning daily life with the will of the gods. The priests weren't asking, "What time is it?" They were asking, "What is this hour for?" Mainstream historians agree that in many Mesopotamian temples, each hour, or more accurately, each watch of the day was associated with a ritual action or offering. Morning hours were dedicated to deities like Shamash, the sun god. Evening hours might belong to Sin, the moon god, or Nabu, the god of writing and wisdom. Each phase of light carried a divine purpose, but the quirky twist. These hours didn't always start when we think they did. There's evidence that in some temples, a new hour began, not when the shadow moved, but when the head priest said it did, meaning time could be paused for ceremony, extended for reflection, or even skipped entirely if the omens weren't right. One particularly strange text from Uruk describes a stolen hour when clouds delayed a shadow ritual, and the priest decided to reassign the lost time to the following day. Historians still argue whether this was metaphor or actual practice, but either way, it suggests time in Babylon could be renegotiated if the gods permitted. You wander through another archway and find a wall marked with zodiac symbols: lions, bulls, fish. Not just decoration. These are part of Babylon's broader timekeeping system tied to the stars as much as the sun. The position of certain constellations mark not only seasons, but appropriate hours for specific rituals. It's a full-body calendar stretching from stone to sky. Some fringe scholars even claim that elite priests trained their entire lives to become living clocks, memorizing thousands of interlocking schedules, rituals, and lunar alignments. Whether that's true or not, you can't help but wonder how it would feel to live your life as time, rather than just inside it. You find a bench beside a small fountain. Water drips in slow, rhythmic pulses. You close your eyes and listen. Somewhere deep in the temple, a gong sounds not loud, not urgent, just enough to ripple the air. Somewhere a ritual begins. And as always in Babylon, the sun moves on whether or not you're ready. You're still in the temple complex when a breeze stirs the dust at your feet and flutters a row of hanging linen strips strung between two clay pillars. They catch the golden light, casting overlapping shadows that ripple across the walls like ghostly writing. A priest adjusts one of them with care, then marks something on a tablet. You watch half lulled by the rhythm until you realize what he's doing, adjusting the calendar. Now this might surprise you. After all, we're here for shadows, not stars. But in Babylon, everything celestial was tied together. Time wasn't just measured in hours. It was woven into a broader system of months, omens, and lunar shifts that made each day feel both ancient and new. Babylonians followed a lunisolar calendar, months based on moon cycles, years aligned with the seasons. But moons don't cooperate neatly, and seasonal drift was a constant problem. So from time to time, they had to guess. You walk past a scribe hunched over a tablet filled with rows of tiny wedge-shaped symbols. He's doing calendar math, Babylonian style. It's basically spreadsheeting, but in cuneiform. Mainstream scholars know this much. Every few years, Babylonian scholars added an intercalary month, an extra month, to nudge the year back into alignment with the seasons. The decision to do so was anything but casual. It often involved temple councils, consultations of omens, and even kingly approval. Imagine being told your birthday's now in the new month of the sheep, inserted between spring and not quite summer, just because the moon said so. And here's the quirky part: records show that the names of months varied by region, and sometimes even by profession. Farmers had different working calendars than priests, who in turn had different systems than traveling merchants. Everyone was tracking shadows, but not necessarily to the same rhythm. You stop at a shallow basin, filled with water, reflecting the sky above like a mirror. A priest walks over, dips his hand in, and calmly waits for a cloud to pass. Once the sun returns, he watches its reflection on the water's surface. Not the sky itself, its mirror. This was sometimes used to predict how the coming days would unfold, or to correct discrepancies between shadow and moon. It's fragile, subjective, and oddly beautiful. Fringe theorists love to debate one especially strange tablet from Babylon's outskirts. It speaks of a double moon month, where due to miscalculations, the same lunar cycle was declared twice, throwing an entire region's calendar into chaos. Imagine repeating the same month twice like a historical time loop. Was it error or intention? Historians still argue whether the scribe was recording a mistake or preserving a ritual anomaly. You wander further past temple servants, lighting the evening lamps. The sky is shifting. Shadows are growing longer, softer, stretching with the weight of a day nearly done. You pass a final wall, etched with ancient glyphs, representing the year's 12 regular months, and occasional 13th. Each one paired with constellations, God's harvests, and whispers of old wisdom. Time in Babylon didn't just pass. It recurred, looped, bent and breathed with the needs of the land, the light, the people. And now, as you step back out into the open air, you feel it again, that sense of time not as a number, but a presence, something living beside you, something that today allowed you to walk beside it. The moon is rising now, soft pearl-colored, lazy as a drifting thought, and the city begins to change. The sun's reign is ending, but Babylon doesn't fall into stillness. It leans into it. You pass through narrow corridors lit by oil lamps, their flames low and steady, and begin to notice something peculiar. People are still tracking time, but not with shadows anymore. You find yourself near the banks of the Euphrates, where the air cools and the scent of damp reeds mixes with baked earth. Here the city keeps a different rhythm, one tuned not to the sun, but to the moon. You spot an older man, sitting cross-legged, a ceramic bowl in front of him. Inside, floating gently, is a tiny leaf. He's not trying to measure hours. He's watching how the moonlight reflects off the water and moves across the surface. You sit beside him. He nods once. No words needed. This is Babylon's night clock. Mainstream sources confirm that Babylon had a thriving nocturnal culture, especially in urban and temple districts. Markets didn't necessarily close at sunset, some opened after dark, especially in the hotter months. People measured time by moonrise, by star positions, and by how shadows disappeared rather than how they formed. Night wasn't a pause. It was a shift. And here's the odd detail. Some homes in Babylon were designed with moonlight channels, slits in walls and ceilings that let beams fall into specific corners or bowls. When the light reached a certain mark, it indicated prayer time or the end of a rest period. You imagine lying in bed, watching moonlight crawl across a brick wall, knowing it would eventually nudge you out of dreams and back into motion. You walk through a residential quarter, now quiet and fragrant. Families eat dinner outside. Children chase each other through puddles reflecting starlight. You hear someone laughing about missing the third lamp hour, which you later learn refers to the length of time it takes an oil lamp to burn halfway. It's an unofficial unit of time passed through generations. Fringe historians suggest that Babylonian poets and musicians performed songs at night whose structure matched these burn cycles, 2 lamp hours for a full performance, 1 for a short recitation. It sounds romantic, but who's to say it isn't true? When the clock is aflame, your timing becomes poetry. Historians still argue whether moon-based timekeeping was as formalized as solar methods. Most agree it was more fluid, more personal. Moonlight didn't cast sharp shadows. It asked you to feel the hour, not calculate it. You pause under a fig tree and watch how the moon catches in the fruit's glossy skin. Even the shadows here are gentle, blurred, like time is whispering instead of announcing itself. You feel your breath slow. You've entered the part of the day when Babylon's heartbeat softens, when gongs fade and footsteps become stories. You let yourself drift a little, rocked by moonlight, lulled by the certainty that even now time is still passing. It just doesn't feel urgent anymore. And maybe that's the point. You're walking slower now. The streets are mostly empty, save for a few shapes moving in the distance, quiet silhouettes of priests heading home, or maybe watchmen beginning their rounds. The wind has cooled. The sky above is a velvet dome scattered with stars. Time here has lost its edges, and yet, not completely. You find yourself drawn toward a low platform near a city gate where a group of scholars sits cross-legged around a table. They're surrounded by tablets, smooth stones, a single clepsydra catching moonlight in its slow, deliberate drip. The men are murmuring not in argument, but in shared confusion. You edge closer, and through a blend of gesture and tone, it becomes clear they're trying to make sense of something the shadows didn't explain. Sometimes the sun vanished unexpectedly behind haze. Sometimes the moon rose too far north. Sometimes eclipses threw off the calendar, or omens seemed to contradict the stars. You see a cracked tablet laid on the floor. It's marked with tiny scribbled additions, someone trying to correct a timekeeping record post facto. There's a word repeated a few times, shadu meaning missing or lost. Historians still argue whether Babylonian timekeeping had a formal system for dealing with astronomical errors, or if, like tonight, it came down to debate. One theory is that during uncertain days, the temples would default to silence periods where no major decision was made until time itself seemed to realign. You like the sound of that? A pause, not punishment, just letting the shadow return. One scholar gestures toward a constellation above, then points to a gnomon nearby, still visible even under moonlight, but casting no shadow now. The contrast is beautiful. Time has slipped out of reach, and they're not fighting it, just acknowledging the absence. You sit beside them. One offers you a dried fig. Another places a stone on a line in the sand, an old method, apparently to mark an hour even when the sun refused to cooperate. You do the same. A soft click of stone on stone. And that's the truth of Babylonian time for all their tablets and rituals, their gnomons and gods. They still sometimes just guessed, or waited, or dreamed. A fringe theory claims that Babylonian poets once wrote lullabies that referenced the forgotten hour, a mystical space between measurements when anything could happen, a place outside the gods' attention. It's never been confirmed, but the idea lingers. A lost hour, a shadow that never appeared. You look up. The stars have shifted slightly. One priest stands, stretches, and nods toward the east. Morning will come soon. Time is moving again. But for now, you remain still, somewhere between the tick and the talk, between one shadow and the next. The horizon is just beginning to hint at morning. It's not light yet, but it's not dark either. That in-between hush where the city hasn't quite woken, but isn't sleeping anymore. You rise from your seat near the scholars and wander back through the temple gardens one last time. The gnomons stand silently now, like statues waiting to resume their purpose. They look different by starlight. Not instruments, but monuments, silent testimonies to the Babylonians' love of light angles, order, and mystery. And as you pass each one, you realize none of them are casting shadows. Not yet. You find a bench near the tallest of them, all the one inlaid with glinting tiles. It points toward the east. You sit, and you wait. The first light of dawn is slow, hesitant, a whisper of gold curling over the rooftops. You notice how the stone under your hand begins to change. Cool gray becomes warm beige. The birds are the first to react. Tiny chirps pepper the silence. Then the cats, then the doors, and then the shadow. A thin sliver of it, barely there, but unmistakable. It stretches away from the gnomon's base, like a thread being pulled by an invisible hand. The moment feels sacred, not just because it's beautiful, but because it's predictable. Time after a night of wandering has returned to its mark. You glance around and see others watching it too. Not gathered, just noticing. A woman lighting her stove pauses. A man emptying water over the steps halts mid-pour. A child nudges her father and points, and he nods. The shadow grows longer. The courtyard tiles begin to glow. The city breathes in soft and slow. A new day in a very old rhythm. There's a phrase scribbled on a half-erased clay tablet you passed earlier that comes back to you. Now time does not speak, but it arrives. And now it has. Wind down approx. 300 words. Let yourself stay seated on that bench a little longer. The light is getting brighter now, but not blinding. It's the kind of gentle illumination that nudges you, not pulls. The shadow continues to grow quietly, like a yawn across the stone. Around you, the city begins to wake, but you don't need to. Not yet. You breathe slowly in time with the shifting breeze. You remember the shape of the water clocks, the scent of old clay, the boy drawing arcs in the dirt, the priest frustrated with clouds, the scholar whispering toward the stars. All of it still happening somewhere just behind your closed eyelids. Because here in Babylon, time wasn't something strict or cold or hurried. It was allowed to drift, to stretch, to pause. And so are you. Maybe for tonight, you let go of counting things. You stop measuring your breath, your sleep, your to-do list. You let time flow over you like sunlight across stone. No ticking, no alarms. Just a soft shadow tracing its path along the ground, then fading and returning again. Sleep now if you haven't already. The shadow will still be here when you wake. The brutal life of a Roman door slave. We're slipping quietly into the shadows of ancient Rome, not into a villa or the Senate, but just outside the entrance. You're not a guest. You're not a master. You're the doorkeeper, the slave whose life is spent standing absolutely still next to someone else's wealth. Your job? To hold space, to hold silence, to hold back your own discomfort as aristocrats glide past you like you're carved out of plaster. And if you're hoping for a nap or a break, yeah, you probably won't survive this shift. It's still dark when you're nudged awake. Not by a person, people rarely speak to you unless they're shouting, but by the sharp tap of a broom handle against your ankle. You unfold your legs stiff from sleeping in a crouch and glance up at the still shadowy sky. No birdsong, no sunrise. But it's time. The villa's marble steps are damp with mist, slick with pigeon droppings, and scattered with yesterday's sandal prints. You get to work, sweeping them in practiced silence, mindful of each scrape echoing too loudly off the walls. Even at this hour, there are expectations of elegance. You're a janitor in the oldest Roman sense ianitor, a doorman, a human hinge. You guard the entryway to a domus grander than anything you've ever been allowed inside. That's not just poetic. You're literally not allowed to enter beyond a certain threshold unless summoned. You polish the bronze fittings on a door you've never seen the other side of. Across the cobbled street, another doorman is yawning beside a tavern's flaking shutters. You nod silently to each other. You've both been up before the bakers and the butcher boys, before the sun even thinks about stretching. Your master, of course, sleeps like Jupiter himself, buried under linen sheets, with warmed feet and a breakfast tray waiting. You, on the other hand, crunch on yesterday's barley biscuit, while stooping to fix a crooked doormat. Roman mornings are oddly loud. Carts clatter by iron wheels, shrieking against stone. A neighbor's parrot shrieks a vulgar phrase it probably picked up from a drunk legionary. You don't react. Your job is to blend in or disappear. In this city, the door matters more than the person guarding it. The Romans believed in liminality, the sacred in-betweens. Doorways were holy. Janus, the god of beginnings and endings, had two faces and a key. You, however, have only one face and no key. You're the flesh and blood placeholder for a concept safety order status. Historians still argue whether door slaves were considered more prestigious than other house slaves. After all, you're the first face guests see. But if prestige includes getting rained on and blamed for late arrivals, you're not entirely sold. This morning, your tunic is damp at the hem. The cold creeps up your shins. No one brings you a cloak. Roman fashion, after all, was reserved for Roman citizens. You wear a drab wrap, your feet bare against stone, that's seen centuries of spilled wine animal blood, and more than one senator's poor aim after a bender. As the sun finally begins to filter over terracotta rooftops, the house awakens. The cook yells from the back rooms. The atrium fills with footsteps. A small boy, the son of the master, runs outside and yells, "Statua at you, statue." You don't move. That's the trick. The less you move, the less you're noticed. And the less you're noticed, the fewer lashes you collect for imagined offenses. Your record so far, 4 days without a whipping. A personal best. One joke floats through your mind. If your job was any more thankless, it would charge admission. Behind the door, couriers and scribes bustle. The master is preparing for something, a feast maybe, which means you'll be greeting visitors all day with the same fixed expression. Head bowed, eyes down, palms crossed in front of your belt. You've got the pose down, better than any statue in the forum. Some mornings, you catch whispers of politics from the guests. Who's rising in the Senate? Who bribed which priest? You store it all. Not because you're curious. Curiosity is dangerous, but because memory is your only power. Knowing who slept with whom or which merchant overcharged for amphorae might save your skin one day. But this early in the morning, it's just pigeons and dust. You finish sweeping the last of the olive leaves from the porch and straighten up. The door stands behind you, ornate, massive, and clean. It gleams in the dawn light. And you, well, you don't gleam. You just stand, waiting. The day grinds forward, and you remain rooted at your post, a human fixture in a city obsessed with order and hierarchy. You're the first thing people see as they approach the house, except they rarely see you. Your background, texture, like the chipped corner of a marble column or a potted laurel someone keeps forgetting to water. Guests arrive in clusters, their sandals slapping against stone, their togas fluttering like oversized napkins in the breeze. Most don't make eye contact. Some do, usually, the ones who want to smirk. You brace yourself when a patrician woman approaches with her hand lifted not in greeting, but ready to flick a piece of lint off your shoulder with the kind of disdain one saves for a fruit fly. Your job is to greet everyone with a polite nod, but not too enthusiastic. You're not a dog. You must remain alert, ready to open the door just before a hand reaches for the knocker. A second too slow, and you'll get a scolding. A second too fast, and someone might think you're trying to anticipate them, which is apparently insolent. Timing is everything. Sometimes the guests bring gifts. You're expected to bow over them like they're sacred relics, even if it's just a sack of sour dates. Other times they bring nothing but the stale breath of overdone garlic and the need to be flattered. A portly merchant waddles up the steps now, wheezing slightly as he reaches you. He stares, frowns, then barks, "Hold my mule." You freeze. You're not technically allowed to leave your post, but then again, disobedience is disobedience. You take the rope in your hand and tie it to a ring on the wall, muttering an apology under your breath to the poor beast who looks about as miserable as you. Your collar, by the way, is quite literal. It's a signaculum, a bronze tag, chained around your neck, with your name or your owner's name inscribed. Some have poetic engravings, like "I belong to Marcus, return me if lost." A walking reminder that you are essentially someone's property with feet. It jingles softly when you move, a sound you've come to resent. You once met a door slave whose signaculum had a tiny bell attached. Makes it easier for them to find me when they need to yell, he joked with a wink. You laughed politely and never saw him again. Rumors said he mouthed off to the cook and ended up scrubbing chamber pots in the basement baths. Historians still argue whether house slaves in Rome were better off than field slaves. Technically, you're less likely to starve, but you're also more likely to be yelled at by people with perfect teeth and too much perfume. Mid-morning drags on. You shift your weight from one foot to the other, pretending not to notice your calves beginning to tremble. The sun climbs, slicing golden beams across the street and turning the marble under your feet from cool to oven hot. You feel the heat rise through the soles of your calloused feet. By noon, the threshold will be unbearable. And still, you stand. You remember once hearing a Greek tutor inside the house lecturing the young master about stoicism, the nobility of enduring suffering. You'd chuckled inwardly. Try enduring it without being allowed to speak. You allow yourself a brief glance at the street beyond. It bustles with food vendors shouting about their olives, dice players arguing over tossed bones, and street urchins laughing as they weave between legs like alley cats. Freedom is loud, messy, chaotic. You are clean, quiet, contained. A minor senator arrives in a chariot that kicks up clouds of dust. You inhale a noseful of sand as you hold the door. He doesn't thank you. He never does. But today, he tosses a coin toward your feet. It bounces once silver and rolls into a crack between the cobblestones. You don't move. Not because you're humble, but because reaching for that coin would mean bending down and breaking posture. And breaking posture means attracting eyes. And attracting eyes means attracting corrections. Besides, one of the beggar children will get it soon enough, and they'll probably spend it better than you could. Sometimes, the master sends a younger house slave to whisper instructions in your ear. You're to watch out for someone. You're to make sure so-and-so isn't let in again. You nod silently. Even though the request feels strange, how are you supposed to reject someone if you're not even supposed to speak? You know how to use posture as language. A step forward to deny a shoulder, turn to delay a glance inside to fetch someone. You've invented your own form of sign language with just muscle memory and eye contact. A man in a mustard yellow tunic walks by, pauses, and then double backs. "You're still here?" he asks, mostly to himself. You recognize him faintly, a cousin of the house or someone pretending to be. You nod slightly. He laughs. "Thought you'd moved up by now, gotten a post inside." You want to say "me too," but you just stand there. The door behind you swings open with the soft click of oiled hinges. You hold it for him. He doesn't look back. Still, you don't break. The door stays shut. The marble grows hotter, and you keep your eyes level with the horizon, always watching, never wandering. By midday, the sunlight turns harsh and blinding, baking the street stones and casting hard shadows across the facade of the house. You squint, but never wince. The sun makes your eyes water, but Roman masters don't like servants who look weepy. So you let the tears sting and dry where they fall. Your feet shift subtly again, not to move, just to survive. The marble threshold beneath you has gone from slick to scorching, radiating heat up through your ankles. And yet you are barefoot, as always. Sandals are for citizens, or at least favored slaves. You're neither. Heat makes the stench worse. Not your own, though you wouldn't blame anyone for thinking that. It's the air Rome. In summer smells like sweat, wine dregs horse urine, and something unidentifiably sour. There's a nearby tanner's shop, and when the wind blows wrong, you get hit with a blast of soaked hide and rotting lime. But the real punishment comes from the visitors. They're richer, more perfumed, and somehow always more irritable when it's hot. One man yells because you opened the door too slowly. Another scoffs because you didn't smile. A third, probably half pickled from drinking before noon, smacks your shoulder with his scroll case and demands you recite his name before entry. You do, of course. You remember all their names. Not because they matter, but because forgetting means pain. That doesn't stop the jokes. Still out here in the sun, A1 merchant chuckles as he wipes his forehead dramatically. You must be half lizard by now. You smile with your lips, not your eyes. This is where the job gets stranger. See, you're not just a guard. You're a prop in the theater of Roman status. You are meant to look miserable, not because anyone wants you to suffer. Okay, maybe a few do, but because your suffering is symbolic. It says, "Look how grand this house is. We have someone who suffers, so you don't have to knock." Historians still argue whether this theatrical misery was unique to Rome or just one of many expressions of wealth across ancient cultures. But here at this door, you know it's very, very real, and you don't even get the shade. There's an awning above the entry, a rich red canvas meant to shield guests from the midday sun. It extends just far enough to leave you standing, half in, half out. It's always been like this, and it probably always will be. The corner of shade never quite reaches your shoulders. That's not accidental. Even your uniform, if you can call it that, was chosen for display. A simple tunic thinner than modesty would prefer woven from rough wool that scratches in winter and traps heat in summer. You can't adjust it in public. Tugging or fanning your neckline looks fussy. Instead, you sweat in slow motion, like a candle that never gets to melt all the way. You've seen the world go by one sandal at a time. Tourists from Gaul pointing at the statues, a Greek philosopher arguing with a fish vendor, an African mercenary laughing so hard he dropped his roasted dates. You stand through it all, a silent observer of a city that never seems to notice you in return. Sometimes, a child asks if you're real. Once a small girl tugged on your tunic and asked her mother if you were a statue who had come to life. The mother didn't answer. She just swatted the girl's hand and said, "Don't touch the help." You stood there holding your breath until they passed. But you're not invisible to everyone. Dogs love you. Maybe it's because you smell like the outdoors. Or maybe they just sense stillness. A mangy hound has taken to curling up near your feet in the afternoons, pressing his belly to the cool stone wall. You don't feed him, can't spare the scraps, but you sometimes flick a crumb his way when no one's watching. Today, he's not here. You miss him. Instead, a pigeon perches on the corner of the lintel above you and lets loose a droplet of insult. It lands square on your shoulder. You wait, glance side to side, and quickly wipe it off with the edge of your tunic. No one sees. Or maybe they do, but pretend not to. No one cares either way. The worst is when someone important arrives. You can tell before they even get close. The hush that falls over the street. The sudden rush of body slaves and criers, announcing the name of someone with a list of titles longer than your entire vocabulary. You stiffen. You make sure the door opens at just the right angle. You lower your eyes and rehearse your one allowed sentence of greeting. He, or occasionally, she steps past you without a glance. The door swallows them whole. You don't exist. That's the paradox. You're expected to be noticed enough to be useful, but never enough to be remembered. Another hour passes. The sun begins to dip, turning shadows gold and brick walls ochre. You let your knees relax just a little, just enough to fool your muscles into thinking they're resting. You know they're not. Your reflection shimmers faintly in a brass fitting on the doorframe. You see the sweat glistening on your cheekbones, the line of grime across your forehead. Where your headband sits the faint shadow under your eyes. You look like someone who has stood still for 1,000 years. And in Rome, sometimes it feels like you have. The hours begin to smear together, like the wine stains on a senator's tunic after too many speeches. You're still there, glued to your marble post, breathing through your mouth now, because the afternoon air feels like boiled garlic and horsehair. And yet, you do not faint, you do not yawn, and above all, you do not sit. Roman door slaves don't sit. Some do. For a moment. Once. But sitting for you would be like setting fire to your own feet. It would be seen as laziness, defiance, maybe even insult. One time, you leaned against the column beside the threshold for just a breath longer than usual. A servant walking by casually swatted you with a wax tablet, murmuring, "You're not a tree." You didn't even flinch. That's part of the act. To the Romans, the door is more than a hinge and a handle. It's a locus, a place of power, the point between sacred inner life and the chaotic world outside. And you're the sponge, soaking up both. You remember once overhearing the master tell a guest, "A good ianitor is like a wall, always there, always silent, always useful." You didn't take it as a compliment, but you didn't take offense either. You didn't have the luxury. The collar around your neck feels heavier in the afternoon heat. You've stopped noticing it most days, except when someone new arrives and reads it aloud like a punchline. Today, a boy about your age sneers as he squints at the inscription. "Belongs to Lucius Caecilius. Return if lost," he cackles. You're not a slave, you're a pet. You smile politely. That's the rule. You've learned how to smile in all the right ways. There's the yes, I'm listening smile. The no, I don't need water smile. And of course, the please don't make me the punchline smile. That one gets the most practice. Historians still debate how often Roman door slaves actually interacted with their masters. Some accounts paint the slave as a trusted figure, an early warning system, an informant, even a kind of gatekeeper to social circles. Other scholars argue the opposite, that the door slave was more decorative than functional, kept close by merely to reinforce the illusion of grandeur. You lean toward the second interpretation, not that you're asked, of course. Around mid-afternoon, a delivery arrives. 2 slaves from another household grunt their way up the steps with a tall amphora of olive oil. One is missing a sandal. The other stinks of vinegar and something fishy. They look at you for instructions. You point with your chin toward the side door. You're not allowed to speak to delivery slaves unless explicitly told to. One of them winks. The other mutters, "Bet you haven't sat down all day." You haven't. You won't. Inside the atrium, someone laughs too loud. The sound makes your shoulders tense. Laughter usually means guests. Guests mean mistakes. And mistakes fall downhill. You once spilled a single drop of ink on a senator's sleeve. It wasn't even your ink. It wasn't even your sleeve. But you were the closest target. The senator slapped you across the face with the back of his hand, the kind that rings in your ears for minutes afterward. Your master didn't defend you. He apologized to the senator for the inconvenience. That night, you slept sitting up back against a storage barrel in the corner of the servants' quarters, cheek-throbbing, collar-pinching. You dreamed you were the door itself, unmoving, unfeeling, indestructible. That dream wasn't so bad. Even now, when you close your eyes briefly, just for a blink, you imagine yourself as part of the architecture. A stone man, a breathing statue waiting for time to weather you, smooth and round and painless. Someone coughs. You snap back to reality. There's a new figure on the street, tall, broad, dressed in armor, with a dented helmet slung under one arm. A soldier, or at least someone playing the part. You recognize the kind back from a minor war in the provinces, swaggering around Rome, trying to remind everyone he still matters. He strolls toward you like a man who's never had to knock. He doesn't smile, just stares. Then slowly, he reaches out and taps the top of your head twice. Solid craftsmanship, he jokes to no one in particular. They don't make statues like they used to. You lower your gaze. He walks inside without another word. You've been humiliated before. By children, by drunkards, even once by a parrot that knew curse words in 3 languages. But something about being tapped like furniture always lingers. Still, you don't blink. You don't clench your fists. You don't flinch. Instead, you count your breaths. That's another trick. When the anger starts bubbling up slow and low, like the first rumble of Mount Vesuvius, you breathe. In 2-3. Out 2-3. You imagine the breath cooling your throat like spring water. You imagine each exhale pushing the heat away. You imagine being somewhere else entirely, like Ostia. You've heard the sea breeze there makes the air smell like citrus. Or maybe northern Britannia, where the cold bites your fingers, but at least you don't sweat through your knees. Or even Egypt, with its temples and sunsets, and markets full of people who've never heard of Lucius Caecilius and his decorative human statue. But you're not there. You're here, still at the door, and the sun is still climbing. The hours stretch like old leather. The street quiets a little as the sun hits its apex, and people retreat indoors for the midday rest. You, however, do not get a rest. You remain exactly where you've been, feet planted, back straight collar, gleaming faintly in the light. If you were hoping for a breeze, forget it. Rome in the dry season offers no such relief. The air just sits there heavy and slow, like overcooked lentils. A fly buzzes near your ear. You don't swat it. You're not allowed to swat. Movement invites attention, and attention invites judgment. And if you were caught flapping your hand like a startled goat, someone would accuse you of fidgeting, or worse, of daydreaming. A bead of sweat slides down your temple, tracing a path through dust and dried pigeon grit. You let it fall. Your tunic is already damp at the shoulders. The fabric clings to your chest and back like a second skin. And the smell, well, let's say the Romans were no strangers to body odor, but even they liked their slaves to be somewhat presentable. Which means, yes, your next task is approaching a rinse. You're expected to stay spotless. Not spotless as in pristine, no. Spotless as in not embarrassing. Every few days, you're led to a small side yard and splashed with cold water from a ceramic jug. Sometimes with a handful of sand for scrubbing. No soap. Just friction. Your skins learn to accept this like an insult you no longer hear. Your master believes appearances matter. And he's right. Appearances are everything in Rome. The door you guard is painted in fresh red ochre, with bronze knobs polished weekly. Ivy drapes elegantly above the lintel, tied back with woven cords, so visitors don't get tickled by leaves. The step is swept so often that not a grain of ash dares linger. And you are part of that aesthetic. One scholar even referred to doctor slaves as ornamental functionaries, like potted plants, but louder. You remember a time when a guest complained that your eyes were too tired looking. You were given a cold cloth and a warning. The guest, meanwhile, was served a tray of honeyed almonds and a plate of fresh apricots. You watched him eat both juice dripping from his fingers as you stood motionless nearby. You weren't invited to blink. Still, there's a strange comfort in routine. You know every crack in the step, every squeak of the door hinge, every neighbor's footsteps by sound alone. You know when the baker's son delivers bread by the creak of his cart, and when the woman across the road waters her basil at the same tilted angle each morning. Even the insults grow predictable. Today's special comes from a teenage girl in a shimmering stola. She steps close, peers at you, like one might examine a particularly underwhelming statue, and says, "I like the new urn better." You're not sure if she's joking or not, so you simply nod the universal response for slaves everywhere. A moment later, the master's dog trots out tongue-lolling. You brace yourself. The dog, an enormous ill-tempered hound named Faustus, has a habit of growling at you for no reason. He pauses beside you, sniffs your shin, and lets out a single bark. Then he pees on the wall beside you. You do not move. The stench curls up like incense from the underworld, and you breathe through your mouth again. Faustus pads off satisfied. You've never hated a creature more. But again, you don't move. Historians still argue whether Roman pets were trained as status symbols or merely tolerated for their novelty. Some households had peacocks. Others had monkeys. Your master. He's convinced Faustus is a better deterrent than any human guard. That hurts more than you care to admit. Once you overheard him boasting at a dinner party, "No thief would dare cross my threshold, not with Faustus and a door slave who looks like he hasn't blinked in a week." The guests laughed. Someone joked about painting marble veins on your arms. You laughed too, just softly enough not to sound bitter. Because bitterness is dangerous. Bitterness leads to outbursts, and outbursts lead to punishment. You've seen slaves demoted, chained, even sold for less. For sneezing too loud. For forgetting a name. For daring to ask for thicker sandals in winter. You never ask. Sometimes you wonder if the other slaves inside envy you. After all, you're outdoors. You see the sky. You breathe the open air, smelly though it may be. But you know better. You're not free. You're framed. Like a painting that never moves. You hear a voice. Behind the door, someone's calling for wine. The steward's voice answers. Trays are being shuffled. Someone drops a cup. You hear the sharp ring of ceramic hitting tile and the sharper snap of someone's temper. Then quiet. And here you are unmoved. A young boy walks past with a sack of plums. He tosses one into the gutter. Then, perhaps on a whim, tosses another at you. It bounces off your hip. You don't blink. He smirks and runs off. The plum rolls away, ignored. Your collar doesn't jingle this time. It's stuck to your sweaty neck. And still, you wait. Still, you guard the threshold of someone else's life. The sun begins its slow descent, casting long amber shadows across the street. It paints everything gold, the dust, the rooftops, even the cracks in your knuckles. But no matter how pretty the light gets, you're still right where you've been since before dawn, on the threshold exactly between inside and out. Sacred space, they call it. Liminal. The Romans adore liminality, just not the people trapped inside it. You're leaning slightly forward now, not enough to get noticed, but just enough to trick your knees into thinking they're not locked. Your back aches. Your hands are still crossed one over the other, like a folded napkin. You haven't spoken since early morning, and your jaw feels like it's forgotten how to form words. Then you hear a voice, sharp nasal familiar. Slave, someone snaps. You straighten. A guest is coming. Make sure the entrance looks holy. Holy. That word again. The Romans loved to talk about thresholds as if they were altars. The idea goes all the way back to the oldest hearth gods, Lares Penates, and of course, Janus the two-faced god who looks both forward and back. They say Janus lives in the doorway, and here you are, the eternal offering. So you sweep. You pick up the small broom leaning against the wall, straw lashed to a stick, and begin brushing dust off the step you already cleaned at sunrise. It doesn't matter. Dust always wins. You sweep again. You polish the brass plate. You flick off a stray vine tendril from the ivy. Then you bow your head. You hear them coming before you see them. A mule cart clatters down the road. Servants run ahead to announce the name someone minor but wealthy, the kind of person who expects to be fawned over but tips in compliments instead of coin. You prepare your body like it's armor. Posture correct. Chin neutral. Eyes down. You open the door at the exact right moment, hold it with one hand, and step back just enough to allow the grand performance to unfold. The guest glides inside trailing perfume and expectation. You say nothing. As they pass, they wrinkle their nose. Smells like wet dog out here, they murmur. You know why. Faustus marked his territory again. The hound's somewhere nearby, probably snoozing in the shade while you marinate in his signature scent. You exhale slowly through your nose. There's a moment, just a flicker, when you imagine yourself letting the door shut early, just enough to catch a hem or a sandal. Nothing dangerous, just enough to surprise. But you don't. Of course you don't. You let the guest pass unharmed, unbothered. You close the door with the softest click. Back to silence, back to stillness. The master's wife passes by soon after. She doesn't stop. Just glances at you, as one might glance at a hanging curtain briefly, to check that it hasn't fallen. She's wearing layers of linen and pearls, and a small golden brooch shaped like a crescent moon. She smells like lavender and vinegar. Her sandals click across the tiles behind you as she disappears into the house. You hear everything. Not just footsteps and carts, but the quieter things. Whispered rumors from passing lovers. A child being scolded for stealing figs. The distant sound of a flute echoing from a window several streets away. All of it filters through you. But your own thoughts, they're quieter still. You begin to hum. Not out loud, never. Just in your head. A little tune you heard once from a merchant girl selling olives. She was missing 2 teeth and had a laugh that bounced off the walls. You remember her because she was the only person who ever looked you in the eyes for longer than 3 seconds without giving an order. She asked if you were tired. You weren't sure how to answer. Historians still argue whether Roman slaves had any inner lives as we understand them, whether they dreamed, whether they hoped, whether they plotted or prayed, or simply existed from hour to hour like shadows pinned to the floor. You find the debate amusing. Of course you dream. You dream constantly. About bread that isn't stale. About sandals with actual soles. About a cloak in winter. About a face that isn't perpetually blank. About stepping through the door, not to serve, but to leave. You've heard of manumission. Freedom granted for loyalty, for good service, for being indispensable. Sometimes it's earned. Sometimes it's bought. Sometimes it's scribbled into a will and never honored. But it exists. You cling to that hope, like ivy clings to cracked stone. Once you asked a kitchen slave, older, wiser, missing part of an ear, if he knew anyone who'd been freed. He just laughed. You see any freedmen standing at doorposts all day? You didn't ask again. A cart rolls by, carrying amphorae of garum, the fermented fish sauce. Romans seem to splash on everything. The smell hits you like a punch in the throat. You try not to gag, but tears slip down your cheeks. You blink once slow and deliberate. Then as the sun begins to soften and slip behind the rooftops, the house grows quiet again. Most of the guests have left. The master is likely reclining with wine. The servants inside are cleaning up what's left of the feast. And you're still here, guarding the sacred space. The door behind you is shut. The world in front of you is wide. And you remain caught between them, silent breathing and utterly still. Evening in Rome brings cooler air and longer shadows, but not rest. Not for you. Not yet. You stretch your spine the tiniest bit, letting one vertebra whisper its complaint. No one notices. Or if they do, they pretend not to. That's the invisible agreement you don't acknowledge your own humanity, and in turn, they're not burdened by it. Your feet are sore, your calves twitching with tiny spasms that you've learned to hide. You've been upright since before sunrise, with only the occasional weight shift or knee bend to cheat gravity. You're not alone in the city's exhaustion. People are staggering home. Bleary-eyed arms, heavy with market goods or scrolls, but you, unlike them, are not going to a home. You are at your post. Always. A neighbor across the street lights an oil lamp in her window. Its flickering glow plays across the stones like fireflies. You watch it without turning your head. The city's rhythm is shifting. Rome doesn't sleep so much as rearrange itself at night. The daytime clamor of vendors and magistrates gives way to the softer sounds of clinking plates, whispered plans, sandals dragging over dusty roads. The scent changes too. Less smoke, more stew. The aroma of lentils with coriander wafts from a nearby doorway and punches you directly in the gut. You're starving, but no one asks if you've eaten. Eventually, a young boy from the kitchen appears and wordlessly hands you a crust of bread wrapped in cloth. You nod your thanks, but don't speak. Speaking while chewing is considered rude. So is chewing while visible if you're a slave. So you hold the bread behind your hip, take 2 quick bites, and swallow like a snake, no chewing, just survival. That's dinner. You glance at the boy. He's barefoot, too, maybe 8 or 9. You wonder if he'll end up here someday, wearing the collar, learning the stillness. You hope not. But you've learned not to hope too hard. Hope has a way of turning around and laughing in your face. Tonight, the door feels especially sacred. Earlier, someone smeared ochre across the lintel and muttered a charm to keep out evil spirits. It's a tradition during certain festivals, and though nobody really believes in demons anymore, it's one of those things that's done. Like folding togas correctly, or nodding along when the master tells the same story about his military triumph in Gaul. You're part of that ritual too. Not protection exactly, but presence. A human sign that all is in order, all is under control, even when the streets aren't. You've heard rumors of unrest lately, grain prices spiking, fights at the forum. The city grows louder when people grow hungry. And the guards, they're thicker on the corners these days. Eyes, more suspicious hands, more firmly gripping spear shafts. Historians still debate how often Rome teetered on the brink of chaos. Some argue it was always teetering and just very good at pretending otherwise. You think they're probably right. After all, who better to understand the performance of stability than someone who has stood motionless through every kind of storm? A drunken nobleman stumbles past your step, now humming something tuneless and foul. His toga is askew, and he reeks of mulled wine and crushed figs. He stops, squints at you, then hiccups. "You still out here?" he asks. You nod. He laughs and stumbles on. Moments later, he vomits into the gutter. You sigh, just barely. You're the first line of defense, but not against enemies. Against disorder. The Romans fear nothing more than embarrassment. And an unattended doorstep that screams decay. It whispers that the family within is careless, vulnerable. A door slave ensures the illusion of vigilance. That illusion has weight, literal weight, on your shoulders, in your knees, in your chest. At one point, the master claimed he'd considered getting a decorative statue to stand beside the door. Instead, something carved from stone, maybe modeled after Mercury or Mars. But then he said, who would open the door? They all laughed. You didn't. Though honestly, you think Mercury might have gotten a better deal. A cool breeze brushes past your face, now stirring the ivy above your head. You close your eyes for a breath, just one. It's the only real luxury you allow yourself. You let the night air fill your nose, thick with distant charcoal, overripe fruit, and the faintest hint of myrrh. You imagine you're somewhere else, maybe on a ship, crossing the wine-dark sea toward some misty island. Maybe in a field, plucking grapes with your hands instead of greeting people with them. Maybe just sitting beside a firebread in one hand and no collar around your neck. The collar, it rubs more at night. The skin beneath is raw. You've padded it with cloth before, but the kitchen slave told you that padding makes you look weak. A good slave doesn't feel it, he said. He was lying. Everyone feels it. Some just pretend better. You hear footsteps. Fast. Urgent. A house servant runs toward you, eyes wide. The master wants to go out, she says, quickly brushing past you. You'll need to open for his litter. Be ready. You straighten completely, pulling your shoulders back into perfect symmetry. A slave is never supposed to look tired, only tired enough to appear dutiful. There's a balance. Like everything here. You hear rustling inside. Footsteps. Voices. The litter is being prepared. You don't know where the master is going. You don't care. That's not your job. Your job is to open the door. So you do. The litter glides through golden poles balanced on strong backs, curtains drawn tight. The master does not look at you. But then again, why would he? You close the door behind him, the latch clicking softly like a lock in your chest. The night continues. And so do you. The stars come out one by one, like hesitant guests arriving to a quiet dinner party. The sky over Rome darkens into a rich, oily blue, dotted with pinpricks of silver light. You tilt your head ever so slightly upward, just enough to see them pass the overhang of the tiled roof. But only briefly. Even the stars are not for you. The house is quieter now, but never silent. Someone's always moving, preparing baths, fetching cups, carrying messages to neighbors with urgent gossip cloaked in family business. You can still hear footsteps in the atrium behind you, softened by mosaic floors and thick walls, but rhythmic nonetheless. You remain at your post. Once long ago, you asked why you couldn't at least sit at night. The steward at the time gave you a look so blank it nearly cracked your spirit. "Because that's not how it's done," he said, as if that explained anything. It does now. You've learned Rome isn't built on logic, it's built on tradition, on rituals and unspoken rules, and a deep bone-level fear of seeming less dignified than your neighbor. Even in something as simple as a doorway, dignity must be staged. Tonight the master's youngest son passes by. He's perhaps 12, draped in a too large tunic, chewing a fig like it offends him. He pauses in front of you, frowning. "You're always out here." You nod. He considers this, then says, "You should do something else. Like gladiator training." He grins and punches your arm with a strength he's proud of. You absorb it like stone. He skips away before you can think of a reply, not that you'd have spoken anyway. And yet for a moment you wonder. Gladiators die young, but at least they move. They sweat on purpose. They live, sort of. Historians still debate whether slaves turned gladiators viewed the arena as a death sentence or a strange form of freedom. Either way, at least they didn't have to smile while being called furniture. Another breeze drifts by. This one carries the scent of roasted chestnuts and something faintly metallic. Maybe blood. Maybe rain. You hope it's rain? The city hasn't had a decent wash in weeks. The streets are thick with grit and fruit rinds and the occasional pile of something no one claims. When it rains, people scurry. And when people scurry, they forget to give orders. You like that. One of the neighbor's door slaves across the way lifts his fingers in a small wave. You give him the slightest nod in return. He's younger than you, but taller. Wears a tunic with slightly cleaner sleeves. His step is lighter, probably because his master's less obsessed with appearances. Or maybe because he gets to sit sometimes. You envy him, but not too deeply. Envy is heavy. It drags at the bones like wet wool. And you've already got enough weight strapped to your shoulders. Better to keep your mind light. Your body is another matter. You stretch your toes inside your sandals, if you're lucky enough to be wearing them today. Most days, you're barefoot, pressed flat against marble that remembers every hot afternoon and every cold morning. Your heels have cracked. You once sliced your foot open on a hidden pebble. You wrapped it in a linen scrap and kept standing. No one noticed. Or if they did, they decided not to care. You didn't expect care. Once during a feast, a guest dropped his cup of wine as he entered the house. The dark stain spread across the steps like spilled ink. He looked down at it, then at you, then said, "That looks like your fault." You cleaned it without speaking. That evening, as you scrubbed the wine from the stone, you imagined staining the marble permanently. A small rebellion, a drop of defiance. But you cleaned it so well that even you couldn't find the mark the next morning. That's how it is. Your presence must be felt, but your touch erased. The door is holy. You are replaceable. You think of the inscription on your collar again. Return if lost. As if you're a child's toy. As if someone somewhere might want to return you. Would you return if given the choice? Another servant exits the house carrying a bowl of used oil from the lamps. He dumps it into the alley behind the villa, and trudges back inside without acknowledging you. That's fine. You've learned that being ignored is preferable to being noticed. When you're noticed, people say things. Once a poet visiting from Alexandria stood beside you as he waited for the master. He turned to you, then said to the group behind him, "Look at this one, still as a statue. Bet he hasn't had a thought in years." The others chuckled. You had 100 thoughts just that minute. You thought about food, about freedom, about running until your collar snapped off like a twig, about shouting your own name, not your master's name, not a label, but yours, whatever it might have been before. But mostly, you thought about standing, about how your legs had become like columns, carved rigid, meant to be admired, but never moved. There's thunder now, low and far off. You feel it through your souls before you hear it. Maybe the rain will come after all. You hope it pours. You hope it floods the steps. You hope everyone's sandals squeak and their hems get dirty. You'll still be here, standing, just as always. The first drop of rain hits your shoulder like a whispered warning. You don't flinch. A second follows, then a third. Soon the sky opens just enough to weep, not a storm, not yet, but a soft Roman drizzle, the kind that makes the tiles glisten and turns dust into paste. You stand there unmoving, as if your skin were made of the same plaster that coats the house walls behind you. The rain feels good, not warm, not cold, just clean. The air shifts finally. The staleness breaks, and with it the sharp tang of garum and sweat, lifts replaced by petrichor earth and stone-damp leaves and cooled clay. You'd smile if your face weren't so tired. Rain doesn't excuse you. In fact, it enhances the doorway's sanctity. Now it must not only look pristine, it must look heroic. Dry. Defiant against the elements. Which means you, the door slave, become the city's soggy first impression. A servant rushes out with a cloth wiping the top step, then disappears again without a word. You notice he skips the bottom 2 steps entirely. That's your job. You'll sweep them again later. You always do. You shift your weight slightly, trying to keep the puddle from spreading into your left sandal. A useless gesture. The rain trickles into your collar, down your spine, under the fabric. You feel it slide along the path sweat carved hours ago. Your hair, cropped short by design, begins to drip. Still, you don't wipe your face. The sound of rain on roof tiles is oddly calming. It gives Rome a muffled quality, like someone's thrown a blanket over the chaos. Conversations are quieter. Fewer carts clatter by. Even the pigeons have the decency to shelter in silence. A neighbor runs out to gather laundry, scolding herself for forgetting. You watch her yank tunics off the line one by one, stuffing them into a basket as fast as she can. She doesn't see you. Or maybe she pretends not to. You wonder if she even knows your name. Historians still debate whether slaves in domestic Roman settings formed relationships with neighbors, even subtle ones, familiar nods, brief gossip at the well-unspoken alliances against mutual masters. Some say yes. Others argue that fear of punishment made true social ties impossible. You think they're both right. There are connections, but they're quiet, like breath, like the rain. Someone opens the door behind you, just wide enough to place a small oil lamp on the entry pedestal. It sputters slightly in the damp, but holds its flame. Light means status. Even in poor weather, the house must glow, must appear welcoming, must project wealth. You stand beside it, a damp shadow next to a flickering glow. Eventually, a guest approaches, hooded, hurried. You open the door smoothly, as if you hadn't been soaked to the bone for nearly an hour. The guest doesn't acknowledge your service. They step inside, shake water from their cloak, and vanish into the dry warmth. You remain. The oil lamp gutters once more, then steadies. You feel a trickle run from your temple to your jaw. A drop hangs at your chin. It falls and joins a puddle collecting at your feet. A little dog darts through the alley, yapping at shadows. You recognize it, a stray with a limp, always sniffing for dropped crusts. It pauses near you, gives one short bark, then scampers off. You envy it. The freedom, the forward motion, even the limp. Faustus the master's hound snorts from somewhere deeper in the house, no doubt curled by the brazier, warm and smug. He hates rain. He hates wind. He hates you. Once in a fit of noble whimsy, the master joked that Faustus should guard the door at night instead of you. He'd scare off thieves better than this one, he'd said, gesturing at you with a mouthful of lamb. And he drools less. Laughter followed as always. Someone even suggested putting a little plaque over the door. Cave Conum beware of dog. You wanted to suggest another beware of master. But of course you only smiled. You always smile when they joke, even when the joke is you. Rain picks up now, a steady hiss against tile and stone. The oil lamp shivers and finally goes out. You'll relight it later. Or someone else will. No one says anything. You turn your head slightly to avoid the worst of the drizzle, careful not to let the movement read as fidgeting. You blink slowly. The rain doesn't stop. Eventually, a servant brings a cloak not for you, but for a guest due to arrive soon. They hang it near the entrance and vanish again. The cloak swings, slightly taunting you. Dry, thick, lined with wool. You imagine wrapping it around your shoulders just once. You imagine disappearing into the night wearing it. You imagine the collar falling away, but instead, you stay. Always. The rain washes the streets clean. It does not wash you clean, but it's something. A little mercy, a little noise to fill the silence. You stand with your back straight, your collar cold against your skin, your face glistening in the half-dark. And though no one sees you, you remain. The rain fades finally. It doesn't stop exactly, just dissolves into mist, like the sky gave up trying to make a point. The stones under your feet still glisten slippery and uneven, reflecting the lamplight in warped pools. You shift ever so slightly, checking for dry footing. There isn't any. Of course there isn't. The door behind you creaks open again. You don't turn. You know that sound by heart. It's the steward. Older, dry, smells faintly of cloves and vinegar. He leans half out of the doorway, balancing a tray in one hand. More guests expected. Keep the step clear, he mutters, as if you hadn't been clearing it all day, as if you decided to host a puddle party on purpose. You bow slightly. The door shuts. You wipe the threshold again, crouching low, with the straw broom you keep tucked in the corner behind a pillar. The movement stretches the back of your legs, which scream in protest. You ignore it. You always do. While you scrub, your collar shifts, and the bronze plate taps gently against your collarbone. That little metal rectangle cooler, now from the rain, is engraved with your master's name and the number he was assigned when the census was last taken. You've traced the edges with your fingers enough times to feel the letters without looking. You never had a name of your own that you remember. Or maybe you did. But names like sandals and choices are things that get taken from people like you. A pair of visiting guests arrive just as you're standing up again. A man and woman, both finely dressed, both barely older than you. Their laughter echoes down the street before they even reach the step. The woman looks at you and frowns. He's wet, she says. He's always wet. The man shrugs, or dusty, or blank. They don't stop walking. You open the door for them, catch a whiff of spiced oil and rosemary as they pass. The man tosses a coin your way, not to pay you, but because it's expected. It lands with a dull clink in the basin beside the entryway. You don't even look. You've long since stopped counting those. Later, a kitchen slave will collect them. They're not for you. You close the door gently behind the couple and return to your pose. The posture you've practiced so well, it hurts less now than it used to. Shoulders relaxed, eyes, lowered hands, folded neatly at your waist. The ideal door slave is 1 part priest, 1 part furniture. Reverent silent always available. Historians still argue whether such roles were more ceremonial than practical, if the actual job of the janitor was just to greet, or whether you were expected to guard, report, and remember. You can confirm it's all of those. You're a statue with ears, a watchdog that must never bark. And worst of all, you see everything. You know who sneaks in through the side door after dark, which noble's son pays visits to the kitchen maid, which guest muttered a different name in their sleep while passed out drunk in the atrium. You've seen bribes, betrayals, blood on tunics no one talks about. You know whose sandals go missing and why. You know who hates whom and who's pretending not to. You've never spoken of any of it, because silence is your only protection. Once years ago, a door slave from 2 villas down was caught whispering about a senator's mistress. He was gone by morning. Sold off, rumor had it, to a quarry near Naples. You haven't seen him since. But you did pass by that door once. It stood empty, guarded only by a brass urn with a fig tree beside it. The silence was louder than usual. So you keep your secrets. Even now, as another guest passes by, reeking of perfume and sour wine. You recognize his face. He owes your master money. You know it, because he once argued about the debt right here on the doorstep. He catches your eye just for a moment, then looks away. You keep the door open. You keep your mouth shut. Inside the house, laughter echoes again. The kind of laughter that fills rooms and empties you. That sound never quite reaches you the way it does others. You don't even flinch anymore. You just hold the pose. Let it wash past. In the door, it stands tall behind you, polished, proud, important. No one notices the finger smudges you cleaned this morning, or the ivy you adjusted so it wouldn't droop into a guest's face. No one sees the cracks you patched with dust and spit to keep up appearances. But they see the door. They always see the door. You are its shadow. Eventually, the steward returns. He stands in the entry eyes, scanning the now dry step. You missed a leaf, he says. Then he squints. No, wait. That's a shadow. He turns and leaves. You exhale. The leaf blows away on its own. There's a moment just after that when the street is quiet again. The city holds its breath. The lamps flicker. Your limbs ache, and you allow yourself one very small luxury. You close your eyes for 3 slow seconds. And in those 3 seconds, you're not a door slave. You're not wet. You're not sore. You're not anything except not here. Then quietly, you open them again and continue watching. Still, it's deeper into the night now. Rome begins its final transformation, the shift from murmuring courtyards and wine-soaked jokes to something slower, heavier. The kind of hush where you hear sandals scuff the cobblestones 2 blocks away. The kind of hush that feels sacred, like the city itself is trying not to wake a god. But you don't sleep. You've never slept during your shift. You don't even remember what sleep at night feels like. That's not your time. You sleep when and where you're allowed, usually in short staccato bursts on a straw mat or next to a pile of firewood. Once during festival week, you slept standing your back against the side of the house, legs locked, eyes open. You managed 23 minutes. You remember because someone timed it and laughed. The festivals, ironically, are the worst. Take Saturnalia, for example, Rome's upside-down holiday, where masters pretend to serve slaves. Everyone wears silly hats, and chaos is temporarily encouraged. You, however, still work, especially during festivals. The front door becomes a revolving stage, a runway of madness. Drunk citizens dressed in animal skins, noblewomen flinging flowers, teenagers playing pipes badly, and sometimes not joking a goat in a garland. During one Saturnalia, someone tied ribbons around your arms while you stood guard. You were ordered not to move, so you didn't. You became part of the decor. People posed with you like you were a wax figure. Someone spilled wine down your shoulder and shouted he didn't flinch, as if you were a circus act. That night you scrubbed yourself with cold water and the coarse end of a loofah until the stink of wine gave up. It wasn't the worst thing, but it wasn't nothing. Tonight, it's not Saturnalia. Tonight is quieter, more solemn. A procession passes by, not a loud one, but slow and steady. You hear the shuffle of sandals and the soft clink of bronze. Funerary. Someone has died. Not in this house, no one's running or wailing, but nearby. And even if it doesn't concern your villa, it touches you, because you will have to stand still for it. You straighten, lift your chin, just slightly, and prepare to be a silent participant in someone else's grief. A proper Roman household doesn't interrupt funerary processions. The front of the house should appear composed, vigilant, respectful. So you become that for a few minutes. A figure carved into the night, stoic, watchful, barely breathing. A young girl in the procession looks up at you as she walks past. Her eyes are red. She's clutching a withered laurel wreath in both hands. She doesn't say anything, but she sees you. That's rare. You nod, just the tiniest tilt, a gesture outside the handbook. She nods back, and then she's gone. The street falls silent again. Historians still debate the role of slaves in Roman funerary rites. Some say door slaves held torches. Others say they were made to stand out front as symbols of family prestige. Another theory, they were there because no one else wanted the job. You believe all three, especially the last one. Eventually, the door opens behind you once again. This time, it's one of the older household women, a servant who's been here longer than you, longer than the master's marriage. Her face is lined, her eyes soft, in a way that suggests a different kind of strength. She offers you a cloth. You take it without a word and begin to wipe the bronze handles, the damp marble lip of the step, the doorframe. You know what she's doing, giving you a task that allows you to move. Briefly, mercifully. You don't thank her. That's not allowed. But your hands move slower than usual deliberately. When you finish, she's gone. As always, you sit, just for a moment, right there on the edge of the bottom step. Not enough to be seen from inside. Not long enough to be remembered. But it's the first time you've bent your knees in hours. You bite your lip as the pressure in your joints releases like corks from a bottle. 1 minute. 2. You hear footsteps and rise instantly. The spell breaks. You're upright again, alert. Another guest approaches late, hesitant. A cousin, perhaps, or someone with business still unresolved. You open the door and offer the same practiced nod, the same folded hands. They enter without comment. You close the door and resume your position. This time, your knees protest, a little louder. The oil lamp is nearly out of oil now. You'll be told to relight it soon. Or maybe not. Maybe they'll let it die. Some nights they do. When no one important is expected, the house relaxes just a little. Just enough that you're allowed to be, well, not comfortable, but less miserable. You stand beside that lamp and wait. The last of the rain has dried from your shoulders. Your tunic smells like damp earth oil and old bronze. You smell like the doorstep. You are the doorstep, and the night now velvet and heavy wraps itself around you like a shroud, not of comfort, but of continuity. This moment has happened before. It will happen again. Thousands of nights just like this one. You are the hinge that turns the city. You are the breath between silence and arrival. You are forever the one who stands. The hour creeps toward what should be sleep. For most Romans, the kind of hour when lamps are lowered, wine is finished, and whispered conversations drift through open windows before dissolving into the quiet. But you are not most Romans. You're still here, still upright, still part of the doorway, still entirely forgotten. A breeze picks up cool and dry. It slides across your damp tunic, sticking it to your chest like papyrus against plaster. You barely notice. You've gotten used to the damp. You've gotten used to everything. That's the dangerous part. You begin to sway slightly, not visibly, just enough that your body betrays you internally, a small surrender in the muscles of your thighs. A warning. You've been on your feet for too long, but there is no such thing as too long when you're a door slave. Inside the house, someone breaks a cup. You hear the sharp crash of ceramic and the sharp voice of a steward. A few moments later, laughter. Must have been a guest's accident. Only guests are allowed to laugh after a mistake. You try to flex your toes. The motion sends pins and needles dancing up your calves. Still, you don't flinch. You imagine you're rooted in old olive tree weathered bark, scarred from too many winters, but still standing. And that's when it happens. The door opens sharply, not gently, not with care, but with the kind of force that says someone's angry. A man stumbles out, not the master, but one of his clients, a senator's nephew, if you remember right. He's been here before. Always too loud, always too drunk, always too proud of his sandals. He stares at you with bleary eyes, then sneers. You, he slurs. You're always here, day and night. You must love this job. You say nothing. He leans forward, breath heavy with sour wine. Bet you think you're important standing there like that. You think people notice they don't. He raises a hand, half a gesture, like he might pat your cheek, or slap you, or push you back, just to see if you'll fall. But he stops short. Maybe because he's unsure. Maybe because someone coughs inside. Maybe because he's just drunk enough to forget what he was doing. He shakes his head and stumbles down the steps. You watch him go. His sandals slap loudly on the wet stone. You remain exactly where you were. That moment lingers in your chest longer than it should. You feel it sitting just under your ribs. You know not to take it personally. You know it's not about you. But it is you. Always has been. There was a time long ago when you might have reacted. Maybe not with defiance, but with something. A flicker of a scowl. A clenched jaw. But not now. Now you've become the shape they expect. You know that well. Historians still argue whether Roman house slaves developed coping strategies or simply adjusted to suffering. whether the stillness was strength or surrender. You've come to believe it's both, and neither. It's just survival. No metal, no virtue, just inertia. And maybe you've become too good at it. A new sound catches your ear, a soft whimper. At first, you think it's your imagination, but there it is again. You turn your eyes carefully to the side alley. The little stray dog is back. It's shivering in a patch of moonlight, tail tucked between its legs, looking for scraps or shelter. You check that no one's watching, then slowly crouch, pain flaring in your knees, and tear a bit of crust from the ration tucked in your belt. You flick it into the alley. The dog sniffs, darts forward, grabs it, then vanishes again. It's a small act, too small to matter, but somehow it helps. Back on your feet, you settle into your post again. Your arms tremble slightly now. The kind of tremble that comes not from emotion, but from fatigue so deep it echoes. The oil lamp has burned down to its last flicker. The flame gutters weakly, casting long shadows on the wall. The steward hasn't come back to refill it. Maybe he forgot. Maybe he's asleep. Maybe he expects you to do it. You don't. Let it die. Let the dark come for once. There's a comfort in that, in the soft hush that wraps around you when the flame finally goes out. You become harder to see. The collar, the worn tunic, the tired eyes, hidden now in shadow. And in that obscurity, there's a strange kind of peace. You imagine again what lies beyond the city, the countryside, the coast, mountains maybe, or just fields, places without thresholds, without bronze plaques, without names that don't belong to you. And in the dark, you whisper, not aloud, never aloud, but deep in the chest, I am still here. It isn't a cry. It isn't even hope. It's a marker, like a notch in stone, a single breath saying I stood, I remained. I was the doorway once. The moon has climbed high now, hanging above the rooftops, like a polished coin forgotten by a god. The street is nearly empty, except for the occasional rustle of wind-blown leaves and the soft padding of a cat on its midnight rounds. The city sleeps, but you don't. You haven't moved in what feels like an hour. Your limbs have entered that strange state between numb and aching. Your feet raw from the day's vigil throb steadily, and your back hums with the dull throb of compressed fatigue. And then something breaks the rhythm. A bark, low, sharp, too close. Faustus, you brace. The master's dog comes bounding through the open door behind you. Ears perked, nostrils flaring like he's scented a ghost. You instinctively flatten against the side of the doorway. He circles, once growling not at you, but at the dark, or maybe the wind, or maybe nothing at all. He snaps at the air, then plants himself on the threshold, and sits, right in your place. You blink. Faustus has been temperamental before he's chased mice across the atrium, chewed on guests' sandals, even tried to eat a wax offering left by a client. But this is different. He's taking your post. Inside the house, someone chuckles. You hear a voice, warm with wine and smug with mischief. Look at that. The beast has learned to guard the door better than the boy. Another laugh answers, then another, and another. You don't turn around. You don't react. You just stand there off to the side now in the shadow of a mutt who's become the joke you weren't even allowed to participate in. Faustus glances at you, tongue lolling out, tail wagging once. The steward appears in the doorway, wine cup in hand. Well, look at that, he says, smirking. You can take the night off. Faustus has it handled. There's laughter behind him. He doesn't mean it, You don't move, because you know how this game works. You let the dog have the spot, even though the marble is yours. You step aside like a piece of furniture being rearranged. And for the next hour, you stand 3 paces back in the shadows, while the master's pet basks in undeserved glory. Faustus eventually gets bored, of course. He whines, sniffs at the base of the column, scratches behind one ear with a back leg, and finally trots off inside, probably to find someone's leftover sausage bones. You return to your position silently. No one notices. Or rather, no one acknowledges it. But they see you. Later, someone claps you on the shoulder as they pass and says, "At least the dog doesn't ask for sandals." Then laughs. You don't answer. You're not expected to. Historians still debate whether Roman pets held social weight beyond novelty if animals were really considered family or merely living ornaments. You could offer a modern correction. Animals are allowed to be amusing. Slaves are only allowed to be useful. And when you're not useful, you become invisible, replaceable, optional. For a moment tonight, you were replaced. You stand still again, but it feels different now. Like the marble under your feet might give way. Like the door might forget who you are. You remind yourself you are still here. You watch the shadow of the fig tree on the wall. You count the chimes of a distant temple bell. You breathe. Eventually, a passing scribe glances up from his wax tablet and gives you a strange look. Not cruel, just curious. You don't even blink, he murmurs half to himself. You do blink, but only when no one's looking. You think about speaking, just once, to say I do blink. I dream. I remember things you forget, but you don't, because that's not your job. Your job is to vanish and reappear, like the door itself. Someone must be there to greet the dusk, and someone must remain when the dog runs off and the laughter fades. That someone is you. You tighten your jaw and settle your weight again. The door behind you remains silent. You feel its outline against your back, like a boundary drawn in bone. No one else stands here. Not really. You do. Always. The moon begins its slow descent toward the hills, painting the tiled roofs and cracked columns in a silvery hush. This is the hour when even the shadows seem to nod off, when the oil lamps gutter low, and the pigeons have truly stopped cooing. And still you stand. Your knees have become theories, your back a memory. Time has folded in on itself, and you don't quite know if you've been here for hours or for eternity. All you know is the rhythm: watch, wait, open, close, breathe barely. The sky over Rome is beginning to hint at the faintest blue. That strange pre-dawn softness, as if the whole city is holding its breath before it remembers it has to start over again. You envy that forgetfulness. You don't get to reset. From within the house, you hear someone cough. Then a creak. A tired servant begins lighting lamps again, preparing for another day of duties. You recognize the sound of sandals shuffling on stone, the unmistakable cadence of someone who's done this 1,000 mornings. And then you hear something new. Sandals. Soft. Steady. Approaching from the street. A visitor. At this hour. No. It's not a guest. It's the messenger boy from across the forum, the one with the crooked teeth and the frayed hem. He's got a wax tablet tucked under one arm, and the other hand full of dates, which he chews between messages. He sees you, slows down, and raises an eyebrow. Still here, you nod once. He shakes his head, not with cruelty, but with something like awe. You ever blink? You shrug. You allow yourself a flicker of a smile. Not too much. Just enough to suggest you still have muscles for it. He chuckles. They should give you sandals. You've earned 'em. Then he keeps walking his dates, crunching like gravel in the quiet. You don't know his name. He doesn't know yours. But somehow, that brief exchange feels decent, honest. Even the pigeons don't mock you in this moment. A few more servants pass behind the door, now carrying linens, stirring kettles, grumbling about early starts. The villa is stretching yawning into life again. A few torches are relit along the outer wall. The ivy above you sways gently in the dawn air. You're supposed to tidy the entry again, resweep the steps, straighten the garland that wilted in last night's mist. But for now, for just a breath, you allow yourself to lean barely invisibly against the doorframe. You wonder again if you'll ever leave. Some do. You've heard the stories. Slaves freed after decades. Some even given a small parcel of land, a bronze token, a name, a sandal with a proper strap. Others never make it that far. They're sold, traded, forgotten. But there's a third group too. The ones who earn enough favor to become freedmen and remain in service, trusted, but never truly equal. They walk through the same doors they once guarded, but now with a quiet pride and an even quieter fear. You want to be one of them. You want the sandals. Not because your feet hurt, though they do, but because sandals mean movement. Sandals mean purpose beyond standing. Sandals mean choice. You remember once seeing a freedman adjusting his sandal strap in the Forum. He had a look you'll never forget, focused, efficient, like a man who could walk anywhere he pleased. You memorized how he did it, how the leather crossed over the arch of the foot, how the knot sat low and firm near the ankle bone. You think about that knot more often than you should. Historians still wonder whether slaves dreamed of freedom in practical terms or only as a vague ideal. You'd answer both. Sometimes freedom is a philosophy. Other times it's just a sandal strap that fits. And for you, it's a door that opens both ways. The sky is brighter now. Someone will be arriving soon. Maybe a merchant, maybe a poet, maybe a senator with bad breath and a bigger ego than a temple statue. It doesn't matter. You will greet them the same way you greeted the last, and the one before that, and the one before that. Your collar is still cool against your neck. Your hands are folded just right. Your feet are exactly where they've been since before the stars faded. You are the first face they see. You are the last one they remember. And still you stand. The sun finally breaches the rooftops, brushing gold across the cobblestones, and roof tiles stretching soft light into corners the moon had forgotten. You feel the warmth slide across your cheekbones, gentle at first, then bolder. Morning has returned to Rome, and so have you. Not that you ever left. You've stood here all night, and all day before that, and the night before that. You've stood through the rain, the processions, the insults, the laughter. You've stood when the dog tried to take your place, when wine was spilled and footsteps fell. You've stood still for so long the stone seems to remember your feet. And now it begins again. Inside the villa stirs to full life. The cook yells about fish bones. A servant scolds someone for dropping a spoon. The clatter of amphorae echoes from the storage chamber. Someone singing badly in a language you don't quite know. The atrium begins to glow with reflected light from the impluvium pool. Another day, another performance. You bend slowly to pick a dry leaf off the threshold, one final defiance of disorder before the guests arrive. You flick it into the street and brush the step with the edge of your sleeve. There, perfect again. A vendor passes on the far side of the street pushing a cart of figs. His voice is hoarse, but cheerful. Sweet ones today, picked before the birds got 'em. A boy chases him waving coins, and new day's commerce, new distractions, new arrivals. The first guest arrives just as you finish tidying. A man with a crooked walk and the expression of someone who talks too loudly even at funerals. He's chewing something, possibly barley, possibly his own tongue. You open the door without a word, eyes low. He pauses. You're here early. You don't answer. He grunts and passes through, muttering something about dedication. Behind him, a young noblewoman ascends the step in embroidered sandals and a veil as light as a whisper. She doesn't look at you. Most don't. But her perfume fills the air behind her like an afterthought. You hold the door for her too. You always do. You think about yesterday, about the boy who asked if you loved your job, about the dog, about the little girl in the funeral procession, about the moment you sat for 2 whole minutes without being punished. You think about sandals and choices and your name, whatever it once was. Historians still discuss how some door slaves gained manumission and became gatekeepers in a different way. Trusted freedmen overseeing houses of their own, taking younger slaves under their wing, teaching them the ways of stillness and silence. Not equals, not quite, but not forgotten either. You don't know if that future waits for you, but you think about it anyway. You glance down at your collar. The bronze is tarnished at the edges. You polish it later when no one's looking. The city hums louder now. Birds scream from the rooftops. Bells clang in the forum. Somewhere, a senator is arguing with a magistrate over wine imports. Children laugh. A cart hits a pothole and spills olives across the road. And through it all, you remain at the center of stillness. One more guest climbs the steps. He's old, stiff-backed, dressed in modest robes, with a wax tablet under one arm. He gives you a long look, not cruel, not curious, just tired. You're always here, he murmurs. You nod. He squints at the door, then at you. One day, he says softly, I hope you walk through this door and never look back. Then he goes inside. And you close the door behind him, gently, without a sound. And now, dear listener, the story softens. The threshold fades, the marble cools. The oil lamp is low. The collar rests lighter against the neck. The voices inside grow distant, muffled by time and sleep. You are no longer at the door. You are no longer standing watch. Your feet are not sore. Your hands are not folded. The ache in your legs drifts away like mist in the morning sun. The city too softens. Its stone turns warm. Its streets turn slow. The pigeons sleep in their alcoves. The fig vendor has gone home. The dog has found another step to doze on, and the rain has dried, leaving nothing behind but a memory in the scent of dust and ivy. You are not forgotten. You are part of a house, a city, a rhythm older than memory. You are a witness to all that comes and goes, a silent voice in the great unspoken story of things. And now, you can let it all go. Let the sandals pass. Let the steps dry. Let the door close. You are safe now. The night has ended. The day begins again. But not for you. For you, it is time to sleep. You may rest your head. You may dream of sandals, of laughter meant for you, of a door that swings open and waits. Good night.